Okay. Good morning, everyone. How is everybody? Welcome to the second day of the second PALAS virtual training. I'm Dr. Rohani Navarro. I'm the head of the Training and Committee Training Education Committee of PALAS, and I'm also the chair of the UP Manila IACUC. And my role for this morning is to provide you a recap of yesterday's training, no? So I believe a lot of us gained a lot of understanding of IACUC, the animal welfare, the rules and regulations on the scientific conduct of research, and the protocol review form, especially from the perspective of the reviewer. No, so I guess one of the key takeaways of that training is that of the session yesterday is number one. There are laws, no, the RA 8485 or Animal Welfare Act. There are rules and regulations in the conduct of research, such as DAAO 40, that you need to register your facility before you can even conduct your research. One most important thing, of course, is the role of IACUC. No, that's the oversight of the committee. You have to, in a university setting, it's really ideal that you have your IACUC, your IBC, and the Human or Research Ethics Board. No, these committees serves as the oversight, of course, to look into this research and ensure that these types of research, especially those who are those research that involves animals, are compliant with the international and local guidelines, especially that we have the law on Animal Welfare Act. It's important that we know that there are certain specifications or guidelines in establishing the IACUC, the number of members, the role of veterinarian, the role of the layperson in this types of committee like IACUC. It's also important to note that the success of your research also depends on the how you write your protocol. No? So it's important that you carefully plan for your IACUC protocol form or protocol review form, and ensure that you address the questions of the reviewer, and always think that the IACUC is there to guide the research and not the researcher, and not to add to the bureaucratic layer of the processes of getting your research approved. So always think that IACUC is there to help and ensure that your research is compliant with the guidelines. So I guess that's pretty much it. So again, if you have any questions about the topics yesterday, we'd love to hear from you, and you can raise these questions again this morning. So our speakers for the day will also try to address, if you have questions. And certainly, if you have questions, again, even after the training, please feel free to contact Palas, and we'll try our best to address these questions. So with that, I think we're ready to start, and I will now turn over to you, our moderator for this morning, Ms. Rocky Rubio. She is a member of the UP Diliman IACUC, and of course, the member of Palas, no, and also one of the board members. So I will let her introduce more about herself. So yeah, good morning, Rocky. You're on mute. There. Sige. Not yet. We can't hear you. Not yet pa din. Ako lang ba? Doc Mel, ako lang ba? Or ikaw din?
We can't hear
Okay.
Ma'am Rocky. Wala pa
Can you
rin.
try to remove siguro the headset? And
Okay na?
Yes.
yan. There.
Sorry.
Go lang. Pero louder, siguro closer to the mic.
Okay.
There.
Yan.
Yan.
Anyway,
Okay na.
good morning everyone, to the participants and to our speakers. Welcome to our second day of virtual training. I'm Raquel, your moderator for today's virtual online training. So I'm the secretary of PALAS and also a member of the UPD IACUC. So for this session, We'll have three speakers. The first one, I'm honored to introduce to you Miss Mati Celine Endayev, the sales consultant of ACUN, who will be talking about their software product. So without much further ado, Miss Mati.
Good morning, everyone. And I will here share my video quickly. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Matty.
Good. And is the video working as well, or?
Not yet.
Not yet. So let me see here. Up. Video. Here we are.
Hi.
So good morning, everyone. And oh, I see that the background is actually, I'm not so sure why it's like this, but
I see you, Matti.
you see me, and there is a background, but the background is upside down. I'm not sure why it is like that. I actually use the one that maybe if I use.
No, it's
here we are, maybe.
It's not upside down. It's not.
It's not upside down. Okay,
no,
on my end it
No.
looks upside down, so it's bizarre. I see everything, yeah, the other way around. Anyway, yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm actually today here with Patrick Guider as well, that wanted to say a few words as well before I start. So I'll let him quickly say a few words.
Well, good morning, everyone. And many of you I've met over the years at the PALAS meetings, where I would much rather be seeing you face to face. But I wanted to again thank you for giving us an opportunity to demonstrate our software to you and show you ways that I think we could really help all of you in maintaining compliance and also efficiencies in your facilities. So again, thank you, and I hope that I get to see you next year.
Thank you, Pat. Yes, so as planned for today, the second virtual training for this session, I'm going to introduce the few of you that may be new to our software, Ticket Lab, and we're going to dive into the actual IACUC and protocol management. So for the purpose of the demo, I will just hide myself so that I can really focus on what I'm showing you rather than seeing myself in the on the screen. And then towards the end of the sessions, I will switch on my camera again so that I can interact for the last 10 minutes and answer questions. So again, thank you for this opportunity to be here today. And I'm going to stop the video and change my screen so that you are able to see my screen and everything I have planned for this meeting here. So let's hopefully
yes,
you see,
we can see
yes,
it.
Perfect, brilliant. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate. So for those of you that have never seen our software before, this what you see right now is basically Ticket Lab, and I have connected as a administrator just for this demo purposes, so that I am able to go everywhere to see everything without any needs for me to switch between different users, and that I will not have any limitation to show you the extent of the software. What's very important to understand is that depending on your roles and permissions within the within your institution, you will have access to only certain data, and you will not be able to see all the different modules. Just as a background information, Ticket Lab just, not only do the IACUC module and the protocol management, we have as well a human ethics with the RB, the biosafety with the IBC, and the conflict of interest with the COI module here. And then touching on the animal ethics with the IACUC, we have an entire animal suite for the animal management, facility management, that also can be used. And then the beauty of all of that is that these modules are available, as you can see on this screen, on one unique platform. And the beauty of that is that they communicate with each other. So I remember during the first training, I got some questions towards the end about, would the IACUC module be able to interact with the IBC? Yes, this is exactly the reason why you have under the protocols module, the different aspect with the IACUC and IBC. And I will show you during this demo how and where exactly these collaborations between the different committees, for example, the IACUC and the IBC, can actually happen, how you will be able to track some of the work that's being done from the biosafety level under the animal level, and then vice versa as well. Ticket Lab is actually a system that can be used on any different browser. So here I'm switching a user. I've got open on a different browser. So this is Microsoft Edge. Before I was with Google Chrome. I have opened a different user. This is Peter. Peter is API in my system. And as you can see, based on that specification, based on this specific role and permission, some of the modules are actually hidden. As you can see, I don't see any of the IBC, I don't see any of the RB for the human ethics or the COI, simply because this PI is registered only for the animal ethics. It doesn't have anything to do with the other components. So that's really the principle of what I was saying before. You have access only to what you're supposed to see. So obviously a PI will have limitation and will only be able to see his research, his protocol, whereas an IACUC coordinator or the chair of your IACUC will have access to the entirety of the IACUC protocol management, whether they belongs to Peter, the PI, or another PI. These people with privileged roles, which I usually refer to, will have access to all the data. And this is how Ticket Lab is segregating. So from a training point of view, I think what's quite important for me to educate you is how quickly you will be able to, from a PI perspective first, create a new protocol. And I will try to run into kind of a higher level, not to feed you with too much information, so that you get an understanding of how easy it will be for a PI to create a new application and then to submit it to the committee. So I will stay for now with the PI, Peter, and obviously the IACUC button is the way for Peter to access the actual protocol management for the IACUC. So I will simply click on the IACUC. And then from there, it will take me to the inside of the module, and it will show me all the protocols that belongs to me as the PI and as Peter. You see here, the name of the PI is really me, my name. And I will be able to find out very quickly what is the status of this protocol. So I know that some of them are approved, some of them are currently in the hand of the full committee for meeting review. Some of them are currently going through an amendment. I have some of them where I have questions or concerns to answer because they are back to me for revision. So this basically column indicates to me and to whoever is actually working in the IACUC where in the review process the document is located. To start a new protocol from scratch, you will hit the new button. So the PI will click the new button. This will open a pop-up window where I confirm that indeed I'm about to complete a new AUP. AUP stands for Animal Use Protocol. And I click Next, where I have the options, I mean, not the option, where I'm required to put a title. As you can see, this number, AUP 2109, indicates that this will be the 9th protocol of 2021 to go under the IACUC. So we have a numbering convention that allows the protocol to receive a unique number, and this number is going to be tracked in the system following this numbering convention I mentioned. But if you have a different way of numbering your protocol, we will be able to adapt. Again, this number with the last 2 digits of the year and a sequential number can be amended to match your requirement. And then click Save and Open Document. This is basically how you start a new protocol form, which I'm not going to do here. What I'm going to do is open an existing one so that you can see what a form looks like that has already some data in there, and then understand how this works in terms of filling in the fields, completing the blank, answering the questions, and so on. So I am going to, going to click over here. So this one is currently in an amendment, and I will minimize that so that you see the form in full screen. These are the sections that constitute the protocol form. And as you can see here, all of this are the questions and answer sections, some of them being free text, some of them being yes, no, some of them being table, some of them being multi-selection, and so on, that constitutes the actual section. So it's actually a questionnaire. And a PI, when creating a brand new protocol, will be then guided through the sections here, and will have to answer the questions and provide the answers as he, in this case Peter, navigates through the form. So general information, going then to personnel. So that's why I picked up an existing one, because as you can see, I already have the data about who is working on the protocol, what species are already listed on the protocol, how many animals does this PI have requested. 25 mice here for the study part 1, and then 3,300 for the study part 2. Any procedures that will be completed. The beauty here with the procedures is that each of the procedures can be selected from a pre-approved list of procedures. And by procedures, I mean also method, techniques, SOPs. It all means the same. Maybe in your institution you refer to as a different terminology, but this is what we meant. And by selecting the actual procedure or techniques, then it provides all the texts underneath each of the pre-approved procedures, so that the PI does not have to enter the information manually. It just selects from a list, and then the information is going to be populated. Because of the fact that we have personnel, species, procedures that can also be pre-approved, we have also, for the personnel, the training that is tracked. So we track for each person in Ticket Lab the training and competencies, qualifications that you have, and we compare those with what is supposed to be done on a protocol. So for example, here, this indicates that some people have training with the green check, and some people actually are not trained to complete certain things. So this helps making sure that the people that you work with do have the sufficient training in order to participate into your study. I'm not going to go through all the different sections and make sure that you retrieve the pain category, that you retrieve the anesthesia section and all of that, because that's not the purpose of this training. It's really to, again, help you understand in a high level how this will help with your process. What I believe is important, like I was mentioning to you before, is this specific section, the protocol forms link. So this is how you can create a way for users to connect with other compliance committee. And as you can see here, this animal use protocol is actually connected with an IBC registration, which is the IBC 1901. And I would be able to actually see the different status. And if I would have the option, I mean, not the option, the privilege to do so, I will even be able to open each of the document from here. So right now, as we know, Peter is not accessing the IBC, which is kind of a little bit contradictory with this example, but again, this is demo data. I will show you what a IACUC reviewer will actually see when clicking this status, for example, the approved one, and how we communicate with the different committees using these forms links without the need to access the IBC module. So I'll keep that for a few minutes later so that I continue with the PI view, and then we switch back to the Tom and IACUC reviewer view so that I can show you the privilege access. What's important to know is that in order to submit a protocol, in order to, for example, if I would be happy with this amendment and I want to submit to the actual coordinator, I mean, IACUC, then as you can see here from the workflow, this is your submission button. The workflow will provide you with the next available workflow. In this case, an amendment usually by default has to be sent to the IACUC coordinator for an administrative review so that the coordinator can then decide, or the IACUC secretary can then decide whether a full committee is required or whether a designated member or members should be selected in order to complete the review. So in this case, there is one option, so that's no big deal. In the case that Peter would be satisfied with the amendment and has completed all the information, then you will be clicking over here to submit the information. I picked up this example with the amendment to show you how we actually managed amendment documents or documentation or annual review documentation. So what happens is that when you create an amendment, automatically here on the left, there is a section that normally does not exist that will appear. This is the amendment section. And in this section, basically you retrieve the form that most likely you use right now, that's called the amendment form. And instead of being a separate form, we actually integrate this form directly within the master document. So it becomes a section within the master document where you have the different questions and information about the amendment. So it makes it easy when you submit an amendment for the reviewer to quickly go over here and see, okay, this is everything that has been changed. And then to decide from that, if, for example, you have a question, is that a minor or is that a major amendment? What is actually the next available review to be selected? So as you can see, all the different information are located in one place. If you need to place attachment, let's say you have specific phenotype for the species or you have specific document maybe for the procedures, then you have the attachment button. This is basically where you'll be able to provide any supporting documentation, PDF, Word, Excel, videos maybe. We don't have any restrictions into the format. You'll be able to decide whatever it is that you want to use and make it available for the people that will review your work. So that's basically from a PI view. So from there, I'm going to switch and I'm going to go from an IACUC reviewer or from an IACUC chair perspective back to Tom. And I'm going to enter the same IACUC. As you can see, I have a lot more than Peter. I have Sophie's protocol. I have Stefan protocol. I have Peter's protocol. So I'm able to see really absolutely everything that I want to see. If I want to limit the number of information, and if I'm looking for something very specific, I'm going to minimize that again. I have access to a filter and search. This filter and search, which by the way, the PIs also have access, but it makes probably more sense from an administrator, will allow me to say, well, I only want to see protocol that belongs to a specific PI maybe. So maybe I want to see only Sophie's protocol, and I will select here Sophie's name, and then applying the filter will narrow that down only to Sophie's protocol. If you want to see all the protocols that are expired, you'll be able as well to change the status of the document and select the expired one in order to see only what it is that you want to see. So you have a lot of way to reduce that. I mean, right now my data is not too crazy. I only have 14, so it's easy to navigate. But you could also search by AUP number. So that's AUP number over here. You have that capability to search for a specific ID if you know the exact name of the protocol. So it's easy for me to retrieve the one I was working. It's the 1906 that's over here. And that's the one that I'm going to open for you, I mean, to show you some of the perks from a reviewer perspective. So I'm going to access the document just by simply clicking on the document itself. Actually, there is something I wanted to show you before, which is, yes, I want to leave. You may have actually noticed that I have version here, column with version 4 and version 3. I have actually a version 2 and a version 1. It's not displayed simply because here I have version last and active that are selected. So if I would change this to O, then I will see 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't like to have too much data, so that's why I see right now only the 3 and 4. But what's important to understand is that every time the protocol, the AUP, goes through the workflow, it receives a new number. And maybe before I get too much in the details, I should show you this document, which hopefully you can see. This is a PDF, and this is showing the IACUC workflow, the standard IACUC workflow that we have by default in Ticket Lab for the protocol management. I connected with a PI. This is the black dot. The PI is, as I've shown you, clicking the new button to create a new draft. The draft is then sent, and I will maybe make it slightly bigger so that everyone is able to see on your screen. The draft is sent to the IACUC coordinator administrative review. You can have actually a process that will be mimicking your institution business requirements. You may have a specific person in charge of this role, maybe the secretary, before it is then pushed to the designated member review or the full committee review. What is important is that we will sit with you in order to understand exactly how you do work in your institution so that we can configure this workflow. So what I'm showing you right now is the out-of-the-box standard workflow. That's quite simple. The draft sent to the secretary or the coordinator, the secretary then deciding full committee or designated member review. If you have the need, we also have an electronic review that allows you to conduct an electronic review of the protocols without the need to meet face-to-face, which comes in quite handy when we have a experience with COVID like we had in the last year and a half, and where you can track electronically the votes or recommendation from the reviewers on the approach to follow. And once the votes are collected back by the secretary, then that person is in charge, or maybe the chair in this case will be in charge of approving the protocol. That's why we have the approved status over there. And as you can see, every time there is an email in bracket, this means that there will be an email notification sent with the actual email, with the actual, not email, actual status, in order to notify, in this case, the PI, that his or her protocol has been approved. The same way, then 60 days and 30 days, so the first reminder at 60 days, the second reminder at 30 days, there will be an email sent to the PI to remind him or her that he or she has to complete the annual review. So again, I will be able as a PI to see this from the status of my protocol, like I've shown you earlier with Peter, but I also will get a notification sent via email in case you're not every day connecting to Ticket Lab in order to know that you have something to do. In the case that the protocol is having some issues, maybe the animals are getting some adverse events, the protocol can get suspended. You can create an amendment of the protocol whenever you want. After it is approved, it will get terminated or expired if it's not renewed on time, or if it's actually not continued. So that's the reason why this means the closing of the protocol, but this one, annual review and amendment, means that they go back to the coordinator or to the secretary in order to re-enter the review process. This is again on the paper. We will be able to name each of the steps the way that you want. So don't panic if you don't see exactly the terminology that you'll use in the Philippines. That's something that we will adapt and that will be configured exactly according to your process. So back over here, this is why we have these versions, because every time, like I said, it moves through the workflow, it receives a new version number. And I will show you a very nice feature from a reviewer perspective or an administrator or coordinator of the IACUC that allows you to compare version. For example, an approved version with an amendment, and that's usually why I'm picking up this example. So I'm going to open this document and get into the, details of the form as, again, an IACUC coordinator or an IACUC reviewer. So I'm really now not with Tom anymore. I'm with not with Peter, sorry, anymore, the PI. I'm with Tom, having access to everything. So what's important for me to show you from a reviewer point of view is, as you can see, I see absolutely the same as the PI. I have access to the same screen, the same button. Obviously, because I'm the coordinator, I have more options than the PI, because if, let's say, the PI moves to a different institution and is not working any longer for my university or organization, then I can simply enforce the system to close the protocol. If the PI left midterms and did not close the protocol, then I can bring an end to that document, which is one of my special privilege. The reason why I was telling you that with this role, I can absolutely do and see everything compared to a restricted access like we had with the PI. From there, I told you that I was going to show you what accessing the IBC form looks like. So if I want, for example, to make sure or to have a look at the type of biosafety hazard that is approved with the status here, which follows the same logic, the IBC module works absolutely the same as the IACUC, and that's the reason why it's actually very nice to have all the different modules in the same platform, because once you get trained for one, you get actually trained for all of them. It's just a different form and a different workflow, but the navigation, the different feature that I'm going to show you or that I'm about and talking about are actually the same. So if I want to open the approved version, as you can see, without leaving the actual IACUC where I am right now, I'm just opening the actual form. This is the IBC registration that is connected right now to my animal use protocol, and I can navigate to find out that it does not use transgenics, it does not use microorganism, or biological toxin, but it uses non-human primates. And I can navigate through all the different questions about what kind of materials is going to be taken. I mean, all the different questions that pertain to the biosafety. Again, here, it follows the same logic, but as you can see, the sections are different because this is the IBC form. This is not the IACUC form. So this is really a very specific form with a very specific and independent workflow. But because they are all on the same platform, as you can see, they connect with each other. So that is done. I wanted to show you that. Another area that's important is to know where the reviewers will be able to leave their recommendation in case of an electronic review, or to have here the selection for the designated member, where you can say, well, I would like to have Pat and Melissa being the reviewers for this animal use protocol. And when you do so, so if I would select over here through the edit selection, going through my teams and under the animal ethics, I have the list of all my IACUC member. Then selecting John, for example, here, and applying the current selection will indicate John's name and a section where John will be able to provide the decision or votes or recommendation of whether it's approved or approved with some condition. You can have like you recommend maybe pushing to full committee review and so on and so forth. So that's basically where you'll be able to select that. And then that notification of John being selected as a reviewer, as I've shown you here, will be as well reminded via email. So in this case, where the secretary or the chair or the coordinator of the IACUC selects John as the designated member reviewer, then John will receive an email that invites him to review the protocol. And in that email that John will receive, there will be a link that takes him directly to this AUP 1906. So that's basically really, really helping navigating quickly to the information that's been assigned to you. You have the option, and that's the beauty of this form, to not only modify the title, so each of the sections that you see here, you can rename the way you want. You can change the different questions, so you can rename questions, you can change the behavior of the questions, you can have, like I was showing you before, free text fields. You can have yes, no question, where no is answered, nothing is happening, but when yes is answered, you have additional question. And you can go on and on and on. There is no limitation on how many sub-questions you can get. You can have table where you can click the plus to enter a new row and answer the different information. You can have mandatory questions, which are going to be required for API to continue with this form. So not to continue with, actually, we have two types of mandatory questions. Mandatory questions that are necessary to submit. So you cannot submit if you have missed mandatory questions and forgot to answer those. Or you can have questions that are mandatory in the sense that if you haven't answered them, like for example here, if I try to navigate to the next section's personnel, it's going to tell me, no, you need to answer this because now that I've selected that box, I should provide some answer. So it really helps the users making sure that nothing is missing when they send a submission of their protocol. From the reviewer perspective, again, you have access to this review button. So like I was telling you, you have access to the same screen, to the same form, and to the same data than a PI with more or less restriction, I should say, more privilege, like for example, setting up questions, concern, maybe recommendation, whatever you want to communicate with the PI. And this is something that you can do as a reviewer through the review button. The review button allows you to say, well, maybe under the number of animals where I had 25 mice, I would like to raise questions about why do you need so many animals? So as you can see here, someone else already has raised the question. So because I'm the administrator, the secretary, the coordinator, or the reviewer, I know which one of my IACUC members have raised what question. So I can access the content of the question, and I know the name of the person who left this comment. I can click the All button. The All button is going to show me across all the different sections where exactly a questions or comments, what a comment was raised. So it tells me that I have something under the procedures training verification, a comment under the number of animals, another comment under the procedure. And then as I click on it, this is how you access the actual question. And as you can observe, there is a section for the comments or the review, the reviewer to leave a comment, and then there is a section for the response. And the response is where you push in this step, or in this step, the secretary could have a questions for the PI, or maybe if you have what we call the pre-review, which is an optional step, you also have this for revision step. What's important to know is just that this for revision indicates that there is questions or comments to be answered. As you can see, it's also notified to the PI via email. So that's the reason why, if you remember, when I was under Peter, my PI, Peter had one of his protocol that was here sitting for revision. So this is on top of the email that Peter has received, how I quickly can find out if an action is necessary for me to complete. So here, if I see something like that, I know, oh yes, I have probably some question or comments or clarifications to provide. As a PI, if I access these questions, it will be exactly the same process as what I've been showing you here. So it will be absolutely everything the same. The only difference is that as a PI, I will not be able to see that column here. I will not be able to see the name of the reviewer or secretary that commented on my protocol. So it will be anonymous. And the secretary or the coordinator will be able to edit or delete the comments. Only these two people have the right to do that. So same, a PI will not be able to eliminate or delete any of the comments. This is a privilege that's only given to the reviewers. So as I said, the All button collects all the different comments that has been left. So when it's pushed back to the PI, then the PI will be able to see here, okay, I need to answer 3 different comments in 3 different sections of my protocol. And everything is tracked, so I will know exactly what has been answered, when, by who, etc. So back over here and closing this, I told you that we keep track of the version. So the version 3 was the version approved. You have an option here at the bottom of the whole sections on the left to actually see this different status change. So what we had earlier, when I told you I don't like to see the version 1 and 2 because they're too old, this is something you can even retrieve over there with the workflow history. So drafts, IACUC coordinator, administrative review, then it was approved and it was amended by the PI. So you see, you know everything that's been done and by who when. What I believe is important to show you is how do I compare the version 3, which was approved with this amendment, in order to find out that everything that the PI has indicated from the amendment section, so indicating what has changed, what was modified, and the reason for that, is actually correct. You basically will click on action, then we will click compare version, and then you will select the version that you want to compare it with. And in this case, that's the approved version. So I select this one and I click OK. We came up with actually 2 ways of seeing all the changes which were applied by the PI. A pop-up that first is listing all the differences that were found. We have 17 in total. That's something that I can open all to see the details. Everything that's green is new. Everything that's red is removed, deleted. So we track all the different changes that were provided, and we highlight them into these different colors. And again, that's the first way of seeing the differences with a pop-up window. We even have the capability to print that. So if you want to export and print in a different in paper, the differences so that you can track them differently than electronically, then you can print that. And we have a second way of seeing these changes, which is if I minimize this window, directly through the form. So if you prefer going section by section as a reviewer and wants to find out, was there any changes? This is highlighted to you in this yellow or kind of orange color. And then if you click the details, you will see the new text or the text that's been removed. So if I go under the number of animals where I know that I have some deletion, I click details and it tells me that before we had 4 compounds instead of 5. So the approved protocol had 4 compounds and 2,000 animals. So in this case, this confirmed that indeed in the amendment, the PI is requesting an increase of animals and is now requesting 25 animals instead of 2,000 because he's adding a new compound. So that's the other way of comparing the document, or at least getting a summary of all the changes that were done. So if something does not have any yellow, like this one, for example, there is no yellow highlight, I know that I can continue to the next section because it does not have any changes. And here the same, so I can expedite all this section because nothing is highlighted. I know that I don't need to read that thoroughly. There was no changes made on that. Stopping the comparison will remove the highlights. And I will also close the pop-up for the comparison so that I get back over here fully. Again, this is an electronic form. You will be able to print the PDF version or print it to a paper form using your printer. And basically you will be having that flexibility to decide that you keep a paper form on top of your electronic documentation. The validate and save, just to mention that, because you have the capability to set up form or section and questions that are mandatory for the workflow. If you want to verify that you have answered all the different questions before you submit to to the IACUC, you will be able to click the validate and save. So everything that was not answered and that should be answered will be highlighted to you as well, in order to let you know that you've missed something moving forward. Trying to get, I think I've covered, oh yes, I think what I wanted to highlight as well, this catalog of pre-approved procedures. So you have the capability to over here get, like I told you, a catalog where the PIs can select from a list all the different procedures or techniques or SOPs that they want to use. The beauty, as I told you, is that then the text which is underneath each approved procedures is then populated. And then there is a perks with that, is the fact that you can even track the changes without running the compare version. That's something different. Already at that level, you can verify what data was modified by the PI when he or she selected an existing procedure. So if I click this button there, this basically is going to highlight with the same kind of color marking the changes that were made on that procedure. So it was authorized and initially created with the word simplest, and then the PI removed simplest and typed in most common instead. For the administration of xylazine ketamine, there was a dosage that was 120 milligram per kilo. The PI changed it to actually have 90 milligram instead. So it allows this flexibility to still work from an existing procedure and predefined text, but offer the capability still and the flexibility for the PI to actually get the procedures modified in order to fit their specific needs for that. So that is what I wanted to show you. It can even come with some photos like you have here. These ones are broken. I should probably update that, but let me show you how that works. From a procedures perspective, if I say I'd like to use from a list of all these procedures, maybe on the surgical procedures, I'm planning on doing, let's say, ovarectomy. Then I'll be able to select ovarectomy, then apply, and then accept, add the ovarectomy as a procedures, and then accept the selection. This is coming then, as you can see with the image, this time they work, the link is not broken, that helps describe the actual ovarectomy. So again, you have a lot of flexibility to create this list of pre-approved procedures, which are maintained directly by the administrator. You have a section called master data. Under this master data, you have the capability to get a list of procedures under the catalog, and then you can come up with all the different description and images and information that you require at that specific level. So it's quite extensive and very configurable. And then I will finish. I know we started a little bit early, so that's I'm going to stay as well very respectful of the time. I'd like to finish as well with maybe showing you from an administrator perspective how you will be able to modify all these different questions and the behavior. This is something that does not require any administrative or I should not say administrative, IT or coding or programming. This is actually something that administrators of Ticket Lab will be able to do. And if they remember that the right click is the key, then that's all they need to know actually to create new question. Because the way that it works, you have what we call in Ticket Lab the forms data. This is where the actual form as it is over here is located. And what I probably will do, I will just open a new tab. So let me move this away, and I will open the exact same tab over here so that I don't lose the form where I am right now. So from here, what I'll do, I go to master data and I click forms data. And under forms data, you have the capability to see the AUP, the RB, the IBC, the COI. I will make it maybe slightly bigger. And I will click the AUP. This is going to provide you with the different section, with the different area. You see here billing and funding, you see project continuation, you see protocol lay description. If I go here, this is here where you see billing and funding, project continuation, protocol lay description. So each section is very spelled the same way. There is no special ID, special name. And what's important to remember is that if you open the plus, it shows you the actual language underneath. So if I click the plus for project continuation, I will be able to see, is this a continuation of an ongoing or previous protocol, which is that questions that we have over here with yes and no. And how simply as right click, this is how you create a new question. Or this is on the question, how you do right click and click edit in order to change the language of the question. If you want to create a new answer, you click right click new item. So if you want to have yes, no, maybe, then this is how you'll be able to add the maybe, because right now I only have yes and no. And then, like I said, you can do the same. If yes is answered, you could go on and add a new question. And that's basically how you can modify your form without the need to have us at IACUC do that for you. You will be able, if let's say in 3 months or in 4 months your form changed and you need to modify that, you will be able to get this adapted to match the specific changes and requirements that basically you need to have in order to update your form. So you don't need to be dependent from us. Just to finish, and then I will probably leave some time for questions. Just be aware that as part of the protocol management, Ticket Lab comes with meeting minutes and inspections, something we call in general words, compliance support. So the meeting minutes will allow you to create an agenda, invite your members, and I can show you very quickly the way it looks like. Let me move this up. So if I click meeting minutes, and if I open maybe an existing one, you have the capability to, like I said, plan your meeting, invite the attendees, the reviewers, whether they're part of the IACUC and outside of the IACUC. You can plan the agenda. You can record the attendance of the users, when they came, what times did they sign in, sign out, and then record your minutes. So collecting the votes, the actions to be completed, all the different meeting minutes. And then at the outset of that, you have the capability here, right click, you can print the agenda, you can print the minutes. So it's an add-on that can be used in order to help you control your meeting minutes and agenda. And then the same is available for the inspections, post-approval monitoring, where you will have the capability to create new inspection which can be the semi-annual inspections, which can be post-approval monitoring, which can be animal welfare concern, facility inspection, whatever it is that you'd like to complete. And this allows not only the planning of the inspection, which with whatever focus it is, either the animal use protocol, the area, if you do a facility inspection, or the semi-annual, the user, maybe if you need to track or inspect a user for training, for qualification, and so on. And a section that allows you to record for each of the inspections the findings. So what kind of minor or major findings were found, maybe even kudos. So you have a list that you can extend on the type of findings that you record, and this helps you not only track them, but also provide action in order to resolve the issues, in order to document the findings even further on how get away from a major issue, or maybe record information on the kudos that you want to give to specific people. So that's basically something that comes out of the box as well with the application. You don't have to purchase this separately. It comes with the modules, in particular for the protocol management. And then you have the options to use it or not. It's up to you. But I figured it would be quite important to know about the availabilities of these two additional add-ons. And I think and hope that this was helpful, that you've learned a little bit more about how we, with Ticket Lab, handle protocol management, how we very easily help PIs and everyone involved with the IACUC manage electronically the protocol within Ticket Lab. Thank you for your attention, and I leave now the time for questions. And I will start my video again. Oh, Rachel, I think you're muted. We can't hear you. Maybe unplug the, like earlier when you removed the...
Yeah.
Yes, now.
Okay, so thank you very much for your very informative and very detailed explanation of your software. So let's open the question and answer. Maybe the participant. We have questions to our participants. Let's give them a few seconds.
Yes.
So in the meantime, I'll start with a curious question. So do you do upgrade of your software? How often? And is there an additional fee if there are upgrades of your software?
So that's actually a very good question. What differentiates us from our competitor is that we have a process or an approach where we include the upgrades, the new version of the software directly with the annual support and maintenance contract. So the same way that you have maintenance for your autoclave, for example, as part of that contract, we actually include access to all the new versions of Ticket Lab. So you don't have to pay extra for new versions, new upgrades. And we actually are very, or take the upgrades of Ticket Lab very seriously, and try to get between 1 and 2 new release per year. So we're trying to be quite proactive. Usually the new upgrades, they are a collection of the feedback that we receive from the users directly Ticket Lab community that tells us, oh, that would be great. Like this example is perfect with the compare version. Why do we have these two different ways of looking at the comparison and the difference between two different versions is because exactly we received a lot of feedback from our customers and created a new version that included the two different versions to satisfy everyone. So that's exactly how we proceed. We collect the feedback, we prioritize them, obviously, because we want always to bring what makes more sense and what makes the customer happier faster. And we provide those upgrades free of charge as long as you have your support and maintenance contract in place.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Are there any more questions from our audience?
How can we available of your software and how much, please? Well, I mean, as Pat, are you still there?
Yes, this is Pat.
Okay.
For all of you that are attending this and last, we've been working very hard to come up with what we call a different type of offering. I know that many folks have very tight budgets. So what we'll be mailing out to you shortly after the conference here is a new model that we're going to offer you, which is software as a service. And what this will do for you is you won't have to have a server. You won't have to have the product installed and need IT support within your organization. We'll be able to provide all of this via the cloud. And within the cloud, we will be using Amazon Web Services as our partner. But this meets all the rigor of the security and all that, and we can go over that also with your IT folks when we make the offer. But we are hosting in the cloud various agencies of the US government, where we have global contracts with pharmaceuticals that we host in the cloud. Amongst that, also many academic institutions. So from a security and perspective, it's a very safe environment. And again, we can share that. So each of you, once I get your information, we will email you a proposal that will outline this, so that, and the major reason we've really worked on this model and offering is obviously having visited with you many years. I understand that, again, it's a growing medical research community, but budgets are very constrained. So this offering does not require a large capital investment like the traditional license model would. So again, I'll share that all with you in great detail. You'll get that, and then hopefully we'll open a dialogue between ATUN and your institutions throughout the Philippines.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Pat. Any more questions from the audience? This is your chance to have them clarification about their software. So I have.
Is this being used now in the Philippines? I just saw a question about. Oh, sorry, Raquel. Someone just asked. I think it's Neil still, huh? Right? Is this being used now in the Philippines?
Actually,
yeah,
I'll answer.
Yeah.
Actually, not in the Philippines yet, but we are working in Singapore. We're working in multiple institutions in Hong Kong. We also have some installs with pharmaceuticals in mainland China, and we are in Australia and New Zealand as well. So we are, I've worked very hard to add the Philippines to our family. So hopefully we can avail ourselves of each other here in the coming year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pat. Are there any more questions? Oh, about the deleted comments. There's a question here for Matty. Will there be a record of who deleted the comments?
The deleted comments. Oh, okay. So when a administrator or someone with the privileges show you the edit and delete button, yes, through each of the version, Ticket Lab keeps track of the deleted comments. So let's say the coordinator made some comments and then after it was answered by the PI, it deletes the comments or something like that. We will have the version with the comments and then the version without the comments. So each version, and that's why we have this numbering version 3, version 4, not only track the changes on the actual form, but also the changes in terms of the actual comment. So we keep absolutely track of that. And there is as well, in a more technical area, even a full audit trail, meaning that everything that is done, everything that is changed is tracked. We know who has done what, when for changes. And if you, for whatever reason, feels it's necessary to even know the IP address that was used, we even have the capability to track this type of information, old value, new value. I mean, in the case of deletion, not, but we have many different levels of audit trail to really track the recording of data. So yes.
Okay, thank you. Here's another one. If the PI resigns, the ICCO can close the protocol, right?
Yes.
But if the original PI is replaced, will there be a new protocol number or can we retain the original number?
If the PI is replaced with the same protocol, what will happen is that usually, and you have two options. You have the first option to change the name of the PI and then to switch one protocol that exists with that number to a different PI. So the protocol number is going to keep the same number if you want to actually work this way. If you want to work and apply a new number to the new protocol that will be given to the new PI, what you can do is duplicate. There is a duplicate feature on the protocol, and then assign that new protocol, which with the duplication will receive a new number following the logic of the last 2 digits and a sequential number to be assigned to the new PI, and in this case, have a brand new number. So you have both options depending on how you do work in your institution.
Okay,
I hope that answers.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Any more questions? Oh, what's protocol lay description? What is protocol lay?
Protocol lay description, it's actually a description that is providing for, let me actually show you, because here, you see here you have help text that helps you understand what a protocol lay description means. This is the actual summary for the non-scientific people. So it's explaining in easy words for those of us, or for those of these people that don't know about animal ethics and that don't know about animal research, what actually is going to happen with this protocol. So that's what this section is about. But again, if it does not make sense for your organization, if you don't like the terminology, remember that every buttons, every labels that you see can be renamed exactly to speak your language. And I'm not talking here about other language than English. I'm really talking about naming convention, terminology that you feel comfortable with.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Is there another question?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any more questions? I think that's all for now. If you have other questions, maybe you can just send them to June later.
Yes, we'll be happy to answer offline as well. And we'll be in touch, like Pat was mentioning, with our proposal for the PLS institutions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mati and Pat,
Thank you to
for doing our training once again. So after this one, we'll have a short break for 15 minutes. So the audience can have a short break. Okay.
Thank you everybody again, and I hope I see you soon.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity again. It's always a pleasure to at least virtually meet you.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone, and have a great rest of your day and training.
Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Happy Saturday. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so let's have a short break, everyone. 15 minutes short break, and then we'll go to the next speaker. Thank you once again.
akin ay nagmamahal. Ako'y di narinig pagsamo mo. Bakit mo ba nagawa? Nasaktan ko ang isang tunay mo na labis na nagmamahal. Pinapansin na walang katulad ng pag-ibig mo sa akin. Ako sana muli ay patawarin. Bakit pa ba nagawa? Nasaktan ko ang isang tulad mo na labis na nagmamahal. Di napansin na walang katulad ng ngalan ng pag-ibig mo sa akin. Ako sana muli ay patawarin. Tunay na amin di ko nais mabuhay pa kung wala sa akin. Ngunit nililingon naman ang nakaraanan. Ang laking pagkakamali kung di niya malaman. Sa ulitin kong ito nadarama. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 Awitin ko ito'y alaala pa. Awitin ang damdamin ko sa'yo, mahal.
Hello again. Welcome back to our second day of online training. Again, I'm Raquel, your moderator for today's session. So for our next speaker, we have Dr. Roxanne Gapasin. She's a board member of PALAS and a faculty member of the BLB College of Veterinary Medicine. Dr. Gapasin, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hi, Ma'am Rocky. Thank you for the introduction. Once again, good morning, everyone. And thank you for giving one of your precious weekend to the Palas virtual IACUC training. I hope I am clear. Can you hear me and can you see me on the screen, Ma'am Rocky?
Yes.
Okay po. Thank you. So, let me share my screen. Okay. Let's set up my laser pointer. Okay. I would like to start today's session with this slide. So stating that good animal care begins with education. So the personnel taking care of the animals, they should be qualified. They also must undergo appropriate training and they should also participate in continuing education activities that are relevant to their responsibilities. So this is to facilitate the effective implementation of the program and to provide humane care and use for the lab animals. Okay, so this is my topic for today. To set your expectations, my presentation will only feature some slides on, it's mostly on mice and rats and some slides on rabbits. By the way, I would like to emphasize that for the practices and procedures, please do not do this if you still do not have the hands-on experience. So as much as possible, you need to be under the supervision of a licensed veterinarian, and it is really best to consult for a lab animal practitioner or an experienced staff. So before you do the practices and procedures. Okay, here's what I'm gonna discuss for you today. So I'm covering a lot of topics and hopefully I can finish within an hour. So let's start with the care and management. First one is feeding. So for the feeding, for the type, you can use standard pellets. So for mice and rats, you can have this from different suppliers. You need to provide them ad libitum unless it is stated in your protocol. So for the quality, make sure to check the quality daily. So you should discard soiled, moldy, or contaminated feeds. And this one is very important. Always check and record the feed intake. So for the storage of the feeds, you can store your feed bags in a, preferably it's a sealed and an airtight container, and your room should be air conditioned. And if you are gonna stock up your feed bags or feed sacks, preferably you should use pallets. And this is to avoid to prevent the absorption of moisture coming from the ground. And also do not place your feed bags or feed sacks near the walls. So here's a table showing the average feed intake for some rodents and the rabbit. Next, let's move on to the drinking water. So animals, they need access to clean, distilled drinking water. And you should also provide this water ad libitum. For the container, I've shown you here photos of a polypropylene water bottle. And for this one, it's a polycarbonate water bottle. And again, same with the feed, you must check and record the daily water intake. So for you should change water every day. And for the cleaning, you should clean your water bottles at least. So take note, it's at least once a week. So it can be more than once. So when you clean, you just soak your water bottles in the sink. So add water and liquid detergent. You may also do the soaking for 30 minutes. And after that, you thoroughly wash the waters or the water bottles with clean water. You let them dry and store them. Okay, so if you were gonna use tap water for cleaning the waters, make sure that the water undergoes routine testing for protozoa and microbial organisms. This is to ensure the safety of its use. So here's a table showing you the average water intake of some rodents and the rabbit. So this one is per day. Now let's go to the beddings. So here you can have different types of beddings. It provides warmth, it absorbs urine and water, and beddings can also be utilized as a nesting material. So for this photo, it's the sterile corn cob type of bedding. You may also utilize this wood shavings, and rice hulls. So for the frequency of changing the bedding, you can do it at least once a week or as often as needed. This is to decrease the ammonia levels in the cage and to prevent bacterial growth in the cage. So when you're gonna change your beddings, when you're gonna discard it, please discard it in a separate room, so away from the lab animals. Or if you have a fume hood, you can use that to prevent the aerosol spread of infectious organisms. So for the cages, you may use standard type of cages. I've shown you here examples of the shoebox type. We have here the polypropylene material and the polycarbonate material. So as you can see here, there's this stainless steel top, and there's also a portion here for the feeds. So this is the feeder and a hole for the water bottle or the waterer. So the cage, it should provide adequate ventilation to the animal. And of course, you can see here on the photo on the right, the cages are placed in racks. So the racks, the cage racks, they should be sturdy. So cages, they should be cleaned again. So it's at least once a week. Same procedure with the water bottles. You can soak them in the sink, water plus liquid detergent, wash them thoroughly with water, and you allow them to dry. You may use tissue paper for drying. You disinfect before you store the cages. So here's a sample of a stainless steel cage. We usually utilize this type in rabbits. You can see here that there's this feeder, and you also have here a portion for the water bottle, and there's also this container tray. So this tray is utilized for feces and urine of the rabbit. So when you're gonna choose the cage type for the rabbit, ensure that the rabbit has an adequate space inside. And by the way, I forgot to mention that in rabbits, there is no usually recommended beddings because they are housed in this type of standard cages. So here's the recommended minimum space for mice in groups and a female mouse together with its litter. So you can see here that the floor area and the cage height, it varies depending on the animal that you are using. And of course, you must base it on the weight of the animal. You should also consider the physical activity of the animal when choosing your cage or when you are calculating for the required space. So this table shows you the recommended minimum space for rats in group together with a female rat plus its litter. By the way, for your bedding requirements, your cages, your feed requirements, there is a suitable supplier, there is a reliable supplier here in the country. So you may contact Dr. Elma Llante David. She is the president of Tavico Bio Philippines. And she is also the vice president of our organization. So you may chat her or email her if you have these requirements. Okay? Next, let's go to the temperature, the RH, and the light requirements. So the lab animal room, it should be air conditioned. And the temperature, the average temperature here, it should be maintained as much as possible. So I also added here a column for the relative humidity. It ranges from 40 to 70%. And of course, the light and dark cycle. So as a light source, you may use fluorescent lights or LED bulbs for your laboratory. And please do follow this cycle. We have here the 12 hours of light and the 12 hours of dark for this species. So when you are gonna apply this cycle, it's we are turning on our lights at the lab at 7 in the morning and we are turning it off at 7 in the evening. Now, here is an example of the procedures for the routine daily monitoring of the animals. So once you enter the laboratory, you must change from your streetwear to your lab gown, to your scrubs or your PPEs. And then you must first go around the lab. So since if you are using the standard cages, they are transparent. So you can see the animals clearly. First, you must observe for signs of disease. For illness and for injury, check if the cages are wet, if you need to replace the bedding, and if you have breeders housed, you can record the births on that day and also the mortalities. And finally, you should remove dead animals in cages. Okay. Next. Now let's go to the identification methods. What are the considerations that you need in order to choose the appropriate method for you or for your laboratory? So first, the method that you're gonna choose, it should provide indisputable identification. Then it should have no adverse effect on the animal. And third and last is it's easy for you or for your staff to apply. So that's it for the ID method. Okay, my screen is freezing. Sorry about that. Okay, now when you are gonna identify rodents as a group, it might be sufficient if you are gonna subject them to the same treatment and if you do not need to record their individual variations to the treatment or to the test material. So for this, if you're gonna identify rodents in groups or lab animals in groups, cage cards are sufficient. And what information must be included in this cage card? So you must indicate the following. However, It is usually necessary to identify animals individually. This is for health monitoring purposes and for you to have properly management of your colony. So we have here the following methods of identification. We have the temporary and permanent methods. Let's go over these methods one by one. The first one is the usage of non-toxic permanent markers. So you can place the markings here. As you can see, it's on the tail. And you can also place markings on the fur. So it's dependent on the brand, but generally the pen marks, they last about 1 to 2 days. Next, we have the simplest and most widely used semi-permanent to permanent method of identification. We have here the ear punch. It is inexpensive because you only need the material or the device that you're going to use for punching the ear. So we have two designs. The first one here, it's the nail clipper or the thumb style. This one can be used in mice. And for the scissor style punch, you can use this in mice and rats. So the pinnae or the external ear of the lab animal, it's usually large enough to punch at 2 to 3 weeks of age. So this method, anesthesia is not required, especially if you or your staff are experienced already. But disadvantages of this technique, of course, we're gonna punch the ear, expect a small amount of bleeding, and it might be difficult to read over time because the tissue undergoes healing. Of course, there will be variation in technique, and trauma will result, especially if the animals are fighting. So instead of reading an ear punch from the animal, you might be left with an ear tear or a non-distinguishable punch due to the trauma. So ideally, your ear punch, it should appear as a zero point 0.5 to 2 millimeter notch. You create punches or notches at the periphery of the ear. So as you can see here, and there are times that you can punch at the middle area of the ear of the animal. So this photo shows you the usual code that they utilize for ear punch. We have numbers 1 to 9. You can place it in the right ear. And then for the numbers 10 to 99, you can create punches or notches at the left ear. Yes. And then the tens place of your digit or of your number, it will be reflected on the left ear of the animal, and the ones place will be on the right. So again, it's very important before you perform this procedure to disinfect the materials that you need. You may use alcohol for disinfection, so disinfect the material or the device, the ear puncher, and you should also disinfect the site, so the ears of the animal. Or if you have this in your lab, this is the hot bead sterilizer. You may use this for disinfection. Okay. Next, we have here the ear tagging. So ear tagging is the second most widely used method of identification. This is an ear tag, and this is the ear tag for it's for a mouse. This method is inexpensive because you only need the following, and anesthesia is not required, again, if your staff or you are experienced with this procedure. So your landmark here, it's this ring of cartilage. As you can see here, the yellow arrow is pointing to that ring of cartilage. And then you need to puncture or you need to place that ear tag in that area. So this albino mouse, this photo is just showing you the proper placement of the ear tag, the the barcode, it should be facing the staff or the reader. Again, disadvantages include the following. You have the variation in technique. Of course, you're going to place ear tags. There might be potential bleeding of the animal. And there will always be, if we're going to manipulate the animal or a part of the animal, there might be tissue reactions, inflammation, or infections. And for ear tags, you should always monitor these ear tags because they might be caught up in the wire bar leads or in your stainless steel tops. So there might be missing tags, which can lead to misidentification of the animal. So you can perform tagging at 2 to 3 weeks of age. And for this one, the usual size in mice, it's 5 millimeters. Next, let's go to tattooing, which is a permanent method of ID. It is easily read and it requires the following equipment. You may choose to do it manually, or you can also use an electric device for this. So for the manual method, you may use the following material. So in this photo, you can see here tattooing ink. So you have the green color and the red color. And you also have a 1 ml syringe, 27 to 30 gauge needle, the cover glass forceps, and a pair of iris scissors. You can also, for the electric equipment, we have here the equipment from the Animal Identification Marking System, or AIMS or AIMS. So this system, it utilizes a reusable needle. So it's a reusable needle, and the tattoo marks, they are placed on the tail or at the foot pad of the animal. Another tattooing system is the Aramis Micro Tattoo System. I will be showing you a video for this system later on. So for tattooing, anesthesia may be given or it may be not, depending on the expertise of your staff. And with this, you can create various numerical combinations. So you can label many animals, and there are also various tattooing inks available. So depending on the color of the skin of the animal, so you can base that tattooing ink on there. Disadvantages, we have excess ink. Of course, this can lead to mess or contamination, and there will be undesired markings. And of course, when you perform tattooing, there might also be potential bleeding, infection, and tissue damage. So for tattooing, it's for long-term studies. So next, we have here photos showing you tail tattoo. So again, as what I've said, you are gonna utilize a needle and an ink for tattooing. So you can place the tattoos at the dermis of the tail. You can also place tattoos on the toes, the ears, and the foot pad. And you can do this in mice and rats as young as 2 to 3 days of age. Okay, so here's the video from the Aramis micro tattooing system. You can see here the tattooing of the toe. So that's it for the Aramis micro tattooing system. So the user is utilizing this green tattoo ink. So it also has the disposable syringe for this one. And here's a video showing you the tail tattooing for the Aramis micro system. Okay, next we have the microchip transponder. So for this one, the scanner reads the microchip in the animal. The microchip is usually encrypted with a non-replicable number, so it is very accurate. And you can do this in young animals, more than 10 days of age, and even in adults. Anesthesia may or may not be given, but there are times that we give anesthesia to adult animals, and we also give anesthesia for more accurate chip placement. But disadvantages of this technique, it is expensive. The handheld scanner and the microchip, not all laboratories can have this technology. And if you're gonna inject it on younger animals, so the animals less than 10 days of age, it is not suitable for them. They might experience discomfort. And of course, there is also a possibility of infection, especially if your working area is contaminated or if you forgot to disinfect the injection site. Okay, I have here photo showing you the step-by-step procedure for the microchip transponder. It's injected subcutaneously between the shoulder blades of the animal. So first, you need to prep the animal. You need to clip or shave the cervical site. So in here, you can see the shaved area, and you can place an antiseptic. So for the antiseptic, you may use an iodophor. You may also use chlorhexidine before you wipe the site with alcohol. Then you just need to create a skin tent here and inject the syringe together with the needle and the microchip. So you just need to inject it at the base of the tent. So before you remove the needle, make sure that you pinch the skin of the animal, and you should check for bleeding. And if there is bleeding, do not panic. Just apply digital pressure using a cotton ball or a soft tissue. And there are also times that if it's necessary, you may place a drop of surgical glue to the implantation site. Okay, next. So here are another set of photos for the microchip transponder showing you the zoomed in photo of the microchip. So you're gonna inject it subcutaneously to the animal, and you're gonna read it by the use of these handheld scanners. Okay. Now let's go to the handling and restraint. So picking up the tail and cupping, these are handling methods that are utilized if you want to transfer the animals in a short distance. So you can pick the mouse at the base of its tail if you're gonna transfer it to another location. That will take less than 2 to 3 seconds to complete. So it is important for you to take note that you pick the animal, you pick the mouse at the base of its tail and not on the tip, because the animal might be experiencing degloving. So we call it degloving, or the tail skin stripping off. So that's it. So be careful. And this method, picking up the tail, it is not applicable for pregnant animals, for obese mice. So here's what you can do if you have those animals. So you pick the base of the tail with your one hand and use your other hand to support the animal when you are transporting them. Okay? And for picking up the tail, unfortunately, mice are feeling anxious about this, and they hardly ever lose this characteristic. So studies have shown that non-aversive methods are more appropriate, or they are more suitable in handling animals. And one example here is the cupping method. So you have here an animal, so it's a B6 mouse. It's being cupped by the handler, and this method is utilized if you are going to transfer them for a longer period. This one is also recommended for immature rats. Another non-aversive method is through the usage of handling tunnels. So handling tunnels, it should be smooth inside, so the animal won't be able to grip anything. And these tunnels are usually made of synthetic tubings or glass. So you should encourage the animal to climb inside. So once they are inside the tunnel, you gently lift them, and then you transfer them to their destination. You can also do this handling tunnel method in rats. So for this one, you should place the handling tunnel at the middle of the house cage or anywhere in their house cage. So the animal will be familiar, and they might they will think that this handling tunnel is a familiar safe site for me. So this handling tunnel can also serve as a cage enrichment for the animals. Next, we have the use of forceps. So we use forceps for animals with special hygienic precautionary requirements. For example, if you have in your lab SPF animals, or even immunocompromised animals. So you can use this in order to minimize the risk of the animal harboring potential pathogens or other microbes. So for the forceps, what is special about this device is that it should have a specialized rubber tip, and then you're going to grab the animal at the loose skin in the cervical area. So this action, it mimics the behavior of a mouse pup being carried by its mother. So you can see that the relaxation and the feeling, it's still there even if you are handling adult animals already. Okay. Next, we have here a video showing you the scruff restraint. You need to restrain the animal by grabbing the scruff. Ideally, you should grab near the ears of the animal so it will be secured enough and the animal won't be able to turn around and bite you. So you should secure the tail with your pinky or your middle finger, your ring finger, so you can do that. And use your other, usually we utilize the thumb and the index finger, and you can use the other fingers for securing the lower part of the back of the animal. By the way, if you are gonna perform experiments, please make sure that you are wearing laboratory gloves and a gown for safety purposes. So here are the methods for handling rats. Let's discuss them one by one. You have here a video showing the tail hold. The tail hold is utilized for aggressive rats or for those rats that you are not familiar with. So similar principle with the mouse, you need to grab the rat at the base of the tail. Do not grab at the tip because rats are also prone to degloving or the tail skin stripping off. And this method is used if you're gonna transfer them also for a short distance. So taking less than 2 to 3 seconds to complete. So you may also, if you are gonna suspend them for a longer period, so more than 2 to 3 seconds, so you can utilize your arm. So you can place them on your uh, arm. You can also support them using your other hand, or you can have this hard surface for them to hop on when you transfer them. Next technique, we have here the V or the claw hold. So this one is utilized for technical procedures. So as you can see there, the handler formed a letter V shape. So the letter V is usually formed by your index and your middle finger. And you imagine that the head of the rat is located between that V shape. So you use your thumb to place it under the right forelimb and your other fingers on the opposite side of the forelimb. So that's for the V or claw hold. So when you're gonna do this with your other hand, you may use your other hand for support. Next, we have the body grasp for rats. So this method is utilized for docile animals. So you just need to use your thumb and your index finger and the rest of your fingers to grab the thorax of the animal. So when you're gonna restrain in general, so please handle the animal gently. So restrain with lesser procedure or lesser force so that the animal can still have airflow. So they won't die when you restrain them. Okay. Now let's go on to the mechanical restrainers. For this one, there are plexiglass restrainers available from different manufacturers. You can also have various designs. So you have tail first restrainer or you can also have the head first restrainer. So for this, if you're gonna use a mechanical restrainer, this will allow you to have both hands free for the experiment or for the manipulation. So to get the perfect mechanical restrainer, to know if you have the appropriate size, the animal inside, it should not be able to move around, it should not be able to rotate or turn around. And you should also be careful when you are going to place the animal inside the restrainer, because if you do it the harsh way, you might be damaging the feet of the animal or the tail, or if you have male animals, you might damage their testicles. So that will be very painful for them. So here are photos showing you the tail first restrainer. So in here for this restrainer, there's usually this nose piece, and we have a screw here. For you to make it work, first you need to loosen this screw, and then you gently encourage the animal to go inside. So tail first, you do it tail first. That's why it's called tail first restrainer. And you need to ensure that the longitudinal slit is facing you, so you can move the animal by grabbing its tail. Once the animal is secured in that restrainer, you need to place the nose piece and then inside, and your target will be is that the nose of the animal, it should protrude on the middle of this nose piece. Then you need to secure this screw before you do your procedure. Next, we also have the conical tube. You can use this one for blood collection in the tail vein or in the saphenous vein. And you can also use this when you're going to administer subcutaneous injections. So when you're going to do this, usually the animals are afraid when you introduce them a new material or a new restraining material. So what you can do is you just encourage them to climb by, when you get them, you grab them at the base of their tail, and to encourage them to climb inside, you just need to gently pull them so they will be the one to crawl inside the conical tube. So that's it. And when you're gonna perform using this conical tube, you need to instead of holding it vertically, you need to do it on the horizontal manner. So that's it. Are usually made out of a thin plastic. So there's this one hole at the end, and usually the animal can protrude its head or its nose out of this hole, but certainly not its body. So because it will not be an effective bug restrainer then. And you can secure it by grabbing the tail portion. You can grab it with your hands, or you can also secure it by applying a twist tie around. So you can do that. By the way, if you're gonna use this, it's effective if you're gonna administer injections, because as what I've said, it's just a thin piece of material. But please let the animal stay in the bag restrainer only for a short period of time, because they can be overheated. And for them, that is very stressful. So here are photos showing you the rabbit restraint. So here are restraint methods if you're gonna transport them, or if you are gonna remove them from their cage. So the photo on the left, it shows you here that the handler is grabbing the scruff of the rabbit, and then it's supporting the rear quarters with its other hand. And this position, it keeps the spine flexed. Next, let's move on to the photo on the right. So you can see here that the head of the rabbit, it stands on the leg of the handler. And you can see that the other hand is supporting the hind leg of the animal, so the rabbit will not be able to kick you. That's it. Another method will be the usage of these restraint devices in rabbits. So you have variety of styles to choose from. You can use restraint devices made of stainless steel, plastic, acrylic, or even plexiglass. So when you're gonna choose this method, please habituate the animals first before you do the procedure for them to experience lesser stress. And you usually secure the hind limbs first before the head of the animal. And if you are gonna place them for a long period, you may add this feature. It's a comfortable pad. So it will be a more pleasant experience for the rabbit. Okay. So we're done with the restraint. Now let's go to the routes of administration. Let's discuss them one by one. First is the oral or via the drinking water method. This one is relatively safe. It is very convenient because you can also train your animals to drink the water. Of course, it will depend on the test material that you are using. So this method, it mimics our way of ingesting substances, right? So it's appropriate if you are gonna do it in long-term studies. And for this one, if you are gonna choose this method, please monitor the daily water intake of the animal. There might be issues with the flavor. You should also consider the palatability issues, and also there might be changes in the behavior of the animal over time. So it's important to monitor this daily because if they consume less portions of the water, of course you will have underdosing of the animal. And also, dehydration and body weight loss can occur if they consume lesser portions of water or if they develop taste aversion to your test material or to your test substance. Next, we have here gavaging. So you can see here there are various gavage needles that are available. You have curved needles, you also have the straight needles, and you also have disposable gavage needles. So for this one, this curved and straight needles are made up of stainless steel. Now for the syringe, we usually give gavages with a syringe. For mouse, you can utilize 1 ml, and for rats, use 1 to 3 ml of the syringe. And here's the maximum volume that you can administer in mice and in rats. Now, the gauge, the length, the ball diameter, and the shape of your gavage needle, it varies according to the species that you are using. And also, you need to base it on the weight of the animal that you are currently working with. So here's a video demonstrating administration by oral gavage. You need to restrain the animal and maintain a straight manner as much as possible. This is to facilitate the entry of the gavage needle, and you need to place it gently, not in an instant. Okay, you need to observe the animal. If the animal is experiencing stress or if it cannot breathe, then you need to remove the needle and do the procedure all over again. So this one, it's you need patience for this, and you need to practice a lot before you perfect the technique. That's why I emphasized before, for the practices and procedures, do not do it if you still don't have a hands-on experience. So please consult with a licensed vet, a lab animal practitioner, or an experienced laboratory staff for this. And improper gavaging, it can lead to instantaneous death because you're going to introduce the substance in the trachea and in the lung. So it's good for you to practice before you do this in your test animals. Next, we have here the IM, or the intramuscular injection. The target site is the hind legs. Use 1 ml syringe, and you can use the following needle gauge and size. So I also indicated the maximum volume that you can administer in mice and rats. So this method, it's not usually recommended for multiple dosing because it can lead to inflammation and muscle damage. And the mice and rats, they only have a small muscle mass. And for this, please, when you're gonna do this, do not inject the needle too deep because there is this risk of hitting the sciatic nerve. So the sciatic nerve, if you remember your anatomy, it runs laterally along the hip and the hind limb of the animal. So there's always this risk of hitting that nerve if you're gonna inject it too deep. Okay. So here's a video showing you IM injection. Disinfect the site first, restrain the animal. And then when you inject, you need to aspirate. And then inject the substance gently. So once you remove the needle, you may apply digital pressure, observe for bleeding, before you can return the animal to its cage. Next, we have the subcutaneous injection. So the target site is the loose skin at the back. You may use this syringe, this needle gauge and size for mouse and rats. And I also indicated the maximum volume that you can administer. So here's the video for subcu injections. So disinfect the site with alcohol. Then you also need to restrain the animal properly. Create a tent from the loose skin and then inject. So aspirate first before you press the plunger. And then you may apply pressure or check for bleeding before you return the animal to the cage. Next, we have IV injection. So your target is the lateral tail veins. You can use the syringe and needle gauge and size. And the maximum volume that you can administer, it's 0.2 ml. So for the IV injections, for you to visualize the tail vein, you may massage the site. You may massage it. You may immerse the tail in warm water. Or you can also subject the animal to a heat lamp, or if you have an electric heating pad, you can also use that. So to check if you are in the vein, there should be a flash of blood in the hub of the needle. So if there's no flash of blood, you need to redirect, you need to reinsert again. So please use a new needle and a new syringe. So as you can see there, the handler applied digital pressure using a sterile gauze. So you may also do that before you place the animal back to its cage. Another route will be the IP injection or intraperitoneal injection. So the site is at the right lower quadrant of the abdomen. Use the syringe with this needle gauge and size. And you can administer a maximum of 2 ml in the mouse and 3 to 5 ml in rats. So usually, multiple doses are not recommended also for IP injections because there's a risk for complications in the animal. So another photo showing you the location of IP injection in rats. So again, it's the same. So the lower right quadrant of the animal. And if you can still recall my discussion on the restraint. So here the handler is holding the animal in the V or the claw method. So again, it's used for technical procedures. So here's a video showing you the IP injection on a mouse. So restrain the animal and disinfect the injection site first. So it's important for you to remember that when you're gonna do this IP injection, the head of the animal, so it should be lower than the rest of its body to avoid hitting any abdominal organs. So when you insert the needle, you should aspirate first to check if you hit something. So what if you have a yellow aspirate from this IP injection? That means you accidentally hit the urinary bladder. Or what if you have a greenish aspirate. So that means you accidentally hit the intestines of the mouse. So what will you do if you encounter those unfortunate circumstances? So do not panic. You just need to remove the needle and the syringe, and you need to replace it with a new set. So before you do the process all over again. So now we're done with the routes of administration. Let's move on to the blood collection methods. For blood collection, the maximum volume of blood that you can get is dependent on your desired frequency of sampling. So in general, if you are interested to get large amounts of blood, of course, you have to wait for a longer period before you can take another blood sample. So the maximum volume of blood that you can get for a non-terminal collection without replacement fluids, it's at 10% of the circulating blood volume or the CBV. So for this, you need to wait for 2 to 4 weeks. So for 10%. How about for 7.5% CPV? So if you're gonna collect this, you need to wait for another week in order to have another session of blood collection. For 1%, if you're interested to get this amount, you should wait for a day before you can collect another blood sample to the animal. But what if you are interested to collect more than 10% of your circulating blood volume? So what will you do? So let's say if you want to collect 15% of that CBV. So you need first to justify it in your protocol, resubmit your protocol to the IACUC, and then wait for approval before you proceed with your experiment or your study. So if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna collect 15% of the CBV, please make sure that you administer replacement fluids to the animal. I usually recommend isotonic fluids such as 0.9% NSS or warmed saline. So you can administer that replacement fluids via the subcutaneous route, the IV, or even the IP route. So it depends on the animal. So it depends on your protocol. So also for the circulating blood volume in general, this one is equivalent to 5.5% to 7% of the body weight of the animal. So you have an idea for the animal's CBV. And also, I forgot to mention that the amount of blood or the amount of replacement fluids that you are gonna administer, it should be equivalent to the amount of blood that you have withdrawn from the animal. So that's it for the CBV. Next, so this table is just a continuation of the previous table. So it just indicates here the heavier animals. So again, you can use the tail vein for blood collection. So here's the site. You can use again this needle with gauge 25 to 30. And with this method, you can collect moderate amounts of blood. So again, you can warm the tail, you can massage it, subject the animal to a heat lamp, or wrap it on a electric heating pan. Okay, here are photos showing you the location of the tail vein and the artery. So I hope these photos will help you in distinguishing what part is the vein or where can you locate the artery. So for the vein, the veins are laterally located, whereas the artery, you can check them on the dorsal and the ventral surface of the animal's tail. So here's a video demonstrating the blood collection at the tail vein of the animal. So in this video, there's this another handler restraining, so it's just not shown here. And remember, again, when you're gonna do experiments or even if it's just blood collection or specimen collection, please do wear gloves and lab gown for safety purposes. Another method for blood collection is the retroorbital bleeding, or we collect it at the venous sinus that is located behind the eye. So you can also collect blood coming from the medial canthus of the eye. But usually there's more blood that is being collected in the lateral canthus of the animal. So when you do this procedure, you need to administer an ophthalmic anesthetic. Usually we administer proparacaine or tetracaine. And then you need to wait for a few minutes before you so the anesthetic will take its effect. And then you should wipe the excess anesthetic from the eye of the animal. And you can utilize a capillary tube when you are collecting blood from the orbital sinus. So here's a demo from the lateral canthus of the eye. So you can see that there's gentle twisting. So the capillary tube is there. So you can see that the blood flows. And when you're done, you should apply digital pressure and you may use a clean cotton ball so the animal won't bleed its eyes out, okay? So please check before you return the animal back to its cage. Okay, next we have hair collection via the facial vein. For this method, you can collect moderate amounts of blood. Your landmark is a small whirl of hair, so near the angle of the mandible. We also call it the bald spot on the cheek of the animal. And you may use a capillary tube, or you can use a needle with the following gauge, and you insert it just 2 to 3 millimeters. So here's a video. So again, there's slight pressure and twisting of the capillary tube. Usually, you can a capillary tube, it can have up to 50 to 100 microliters. So that's it for the bald spot on the cheek. Next, we have the saphenous vein blood collection. You need to apply a local anesthetic cream before you perform this procedure. So 30 minutes before the blood collection. And as much as possible, please minimize the number of attempts for blood collection. You can do it up to maximum of 3 sticks only. And when you're done puncturing the vein, you can collect blood via a dropper, or you can also use a hematocrit or capillary tube for this one. Another method will be blood collection via jugular vein. So you can see here the drawing of the jugular vein. And also the animal here is in a hyper extended position. So if the animal is in a hyperextended position, you can see the jugular vein as a color blue line. So for this procedure, anesthesia may or may not be administered, and your target site is 2 to 4 millimeters lateral to the sternoclavicular junction. You may use the following needle gauge and syringe size, and your target angle of insertion is at 20 degrees with 1 to 3 millimeters depth for the jugular vein. Next, we have intracardiac method of blood collection. So for this one, the animal is subjected under general anesthesia. Skill must be developed in order to not cause any fatal trauma to the heart. So intracardiac procedure is a terminal or a non-survival procedure. So for this one, you may use a needle that is 27 gauge or higher, and your target angle of insertion is at 20 to 30 degrees towards the animal's left, lateral to the xiphoid process. So as you can see here in the video, so So let's proceed with the analgesics for mouse. So you have here the following analgesics. Of course, you need to weigh the animal for you to get the right dose to administer. Now, for the appropriate dose for you to use and for the methods of administration, you may check out the Palas manual. So it's on sale for this training. It's just for 900 pesos, and you can learn a lot from that manual. So if you are interested to acquire a copy, please message palasecretariat1998 at gmail.com. So you may grab a copy now and the specific routes or after the procedure in order to minimize the pain for the animal. So you have here the analgesics for mouse. I also added the analgesics that are utilized in rats and the analgesics that are utilized for rabbits. So now we're done with analgesia. Let's proceed with euthanasia. So we do euthanasia to relieve the animal from pain and distress, to provide painless death to the animal, and to sacrifice the animals that are no longer fit for breeding. So we have two methods, physical or the chemical method. Now, here are the following physical methods that you can perform as euthanasia. First one is through cervical dislocation. So for this cervical dislocation, you need a forceps or you can even use a pair of scissors. Apply pressure to the cervical area of the animal with your one hand, and you may use your other hand to grab the tail of the animal. Your goal is to push the head area so the skull will be separated from the cervical vertebrae. So when you are successful with this procedure, of course it needs training, so you need expertise when you do this. When you are successful with this procedure, death can be observed within a few seconds. You can also perform this procedure in immature rabbits. So you just need to grab them by the head and use your other hand to grab the hind limbs of the animal. Then you extend and stretch the head. So the skull will be separated from the cervical vertebrae. But remember, for cervical dislocation, you cannot do this if the animal is weighing more than 200 grams. Because as the animal ages, there will be more muscle development. It will be very difficult for you to perform this procedure, and it's also painful for them as well. Next method, we have decapitation. You need to use a guillotine for this one, and you have different blades for rodents and the rabbit. So to do this, you need to restrain the animal and disinfect the guillotine or the blade that you're gonna use. Insert the head at the middle of this area, and you just need to push down the lever in order to decapitate the animal. Another method will be through exsanguination. It's done if you are interested to collect all of the blood in the animal. So you can perform jugular vein cannulation in mice, rats, and rabbits. So I will be showing you a video for this method later on. And for rabbits, you can also perform this oral vein cannulation. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to find photos or video of this method. But for the procedure, you place the rabbit in a restraining box. You disinfect the site, so that's on the ear. You utilize a 26 to 28 gauge butterfly needle to collect the blood from the vein, and you can connect the free end of that butterfly needle to a beaker or a flask. So you can anesthetize also the animal, the rabbit. For this procedure, you may use pentobarbital sodium, or you can use a combination of ketamine and xylazine. So IV, so that's on the ear vein. Here's a video of jugular vein cannulation. So this one is done in a rat. So the animal is subjected to anesthesia via the IP route. As what I've said, you may utilize pentobarbital sodium or ketamine and xylazine combination. So before you have this view, you need to shave the ventral surface of the neck. So ensure that the area is clean. You disinfect it with alcohol before you perform the skin incision. So this is your target site, okay? And when you perform your skin incision, you just need to you need to dissect and locate the jugular vein. So when you locate the jugular vein, you nip it and then secure it by grabbing it with a forceps. Then insert the flexible cannula in the jugular vein. So you may also place sutures so your cannulation will be secured enough. You have two methods for this. For cannulation, you can get the blood by so in this video, the handler is showing you cannulation with the one free end using a needle and a syringe. So another method will be the free end of the cannula is connected to a beaker or a flask. Next, we have the chemical methods. So these three. First is the carbon dioxide gas. So you need to have a chamber for CO2. You close the lid and you turn on the regulator for this one. So for carbon dioxide gas, you need to check for the following 10 minutes after usually. So if there's glazing or loss of eye color, absence of pulse, respiration, and heartbeat, you can also see if the animal is no longer moving or it's unconscious already. And if you see these signs of death, then you can turn off the regulator and wait for another 1 to 2 minutes before you open the chamber. Next, you can do these methods for the isoflurane or halothane. So this one is where the anesthetic vapor is being inhaled until the respiration of the animal stops. So here you have a photo of a bell chamber. You can use this for the open drop method. You have the anesthetizing machine, the induction chamber, and the face mask for rodents. Another chemical method will be IP injection of pentobarbital sodium. So same procedure with the IP injection. You need to use a tuberculin syringe with this gauge. Again, if you're gonna restrain the animal, lower the head than the rest of its body and aspirate before you inject the pentobarb sodium. So after injecting, you need to place the animal on a cage and check if they are dead already. You can also administer this in the ear vein of rabbits. So you just place them on a restraining box, disinfect the site, inject the pentobarb sodium, and then wait for a few minutes before the animal dies. Okay. So here are some procedures for tissue sample collection. You need to prepare the materials at least a day before your sacrifice or your necropsy day. We call it usually the big day. And for this, you need to provide a complete history. You need to conduct a thorough physical exam. And you need to choose a humane method for euthanasia or for your sacrifice. Of course, you need to identify your specimen of interest. And to help the vet pathologist who will be reading your slide, please include the significant post-mortem examination findings. And of course, just a reminder, for the specimen to fixative ratio, please follow the 1:10 ratio and label your specimens properly. So other reminders, please utilize sharp instruments when you are doing tissue sectioning, grossing, or dissection. The thickness of the tissue, it should not be more than 10 millimeters. And for routine histopathological examination, you can utilize 10% of phosphate buffered formalin as your fixative. So here is a photo showing you the mouse organs in situ. For more specifics, for especially for euthanasia and necropsy, so this one is a very good book. This is from chapter 20. You can see the specifics there. It's from Suko et al. You can check that. So it's from the Laboratory Rat second edition. Okay, so also for waste disposal, the carcasses of mice, rats, and rabbits in general, they can be kept frozen at this temperature inside a sealed bag. So we usually utilize yellow bags for infectious wastes. And frozen carcasses, they can be sterilized by autoclaving before they can be picked up by an accredited waste disposal company. So here are some helpful references for you. And thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope you learned a lot, and you may contact me via email. So that's it for my presentation. I am now ready for your questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roxanne. Very detailed information indeed. So once again, I just want to remind our participants that, especially for those first timers, that please have a veterinarian or trained practitioner before doing all the protocols, and make sure that these are approved by your IACUC. Okay,
Yes.
So for the questions, here's the first one from Mr. Panganiban from RITM. What will happen if the relative humidity reaches up to more than 70%?
So it depends in if you have mice, so higher or lower humidity can lead to, if you have breeder's house, it can lead to pre-weaning mortality, or if it's the rat, there can be diseases such as ringtail, so that can also occur. And if you have a higher humidity in your lab animal room, so it will cause discomfort and stress for the animal. So if they are stressed, they won't eat, they won't drink, so that will also affect your study. So I hope I answered the question.
Okay, so thank you. Here's another one from, wait lang. Ayaw gumalaw. Okay. How about the standard number of broilers to be studied per treatment? Are you familiar with recommended number of broilers, or you need a call a
Recommended
friend?
minimum space for broilers.
Doc Roxanne.
Actually, my first job was I was a technical veterinarian for poultry, but that was years ago. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to recall the appropriate space, the temperature, and the light requirements. But I can still remember that for broilers, especially if you are using chicks in your study, you need to maintain the brooding temperature. I am very sorry, but I cannot recall that temperature requirement. But it's very important for broilers. So to to maintain their temperature and the light requirements. Maybe there's a poultry practitioner here who can help me out, who can answer the question of, is this mom or Sir Jess or Dr. Jess?
Anyone from Palas?
Yeah, I'd like to help out if that's okay. So because sorry, no, should I show my video never? Yeah. So in yesterday's lecture, I showed the reference for the use of agricultural animals in research. So I'd like to reference that now, so you can actually see. Sorry, just a minute. Where we're getting it from. Sorry. Wala yung page. Oh. Can you answer first another question and I'll come back to the broiler? I accidentally closed the window, sorry.
Okay, sorry. Kindly, this one. Kindly recommend reputable sources of feeds and source of lab animals, particularly Sprague-Dawley
Lab
rats.
animals. For the feed, so in our lab, as what I have mentioned earlier, so there's this reputable supplier in the Philippines, so the Davico Bio Philippines Corporation. You may contact Dr. El Marianto David or Dr. AJ David. So maybe they can type their information or their details in the chat box for our respondents or for our participants to see. And for rats, for SD rats, we get them from Cygate. So it's from Biolasco in Taiwan. So that's our source for rats. For mice, we usually utilize ICR mice for our studies, and we source them from RATF.
Okay, so I'm okay na. I'll show you
Yes, Doc
with
Mel.
regard to the breeder, no? Is that? Here we go. Okay, so if you can see here, this reference is the Agricultural Guide, 4th edition 2020. This is downloadable from the internet. You can just type in this one, AG Guide, so it will help you. It will provide you with details on conducting research using agricultural animals. So in specific, to specify for broilers, your minimum floor area for meat type, because there's a different minimum floor area for egg type, no? So for depending on the age, so you can see that here also. This reference is quite complete, I'd say, because it will give you also if you're going to use turkeys, not just chickens. You also have here the temperature and humidity requirements, even the feed and water. So it even gives option for free range if you have that, if you're going to do free range in your study. So this is the front page of the of the reference. Here you go. Okay. So this was developed by the American Society of Animal Science, the Dairy Science, and Poultry Science Association. So I hope in the interest of time, perhaps you can just get look through it on your own, because that would give you more comprehensive information on the things that you're going to need for your study. Lang po.
Thank you, Doc Mel.
Thank you, Doc Mel. Here's another question. Doc, Rox, when you
Yes
say
po.
multiple intraperitoneal injections not recommended, define multiple. How many in a day daw?
For that, so how many in a day?
Mm.
So, ideally, it should only be once per day because, as what I've said earlier, there might be complications for the animal, and of course, there will always be variation in the technique. So, there's always a risk of hitting something. So, if you're gonna do it for multiple times.
Okay, another follow-up from Mr. Ryan Lau. For the IP injection, the angle of the needle, he's asking
Uh,
the angle of the needle
so 10 to 20 degrees po, sir, or doc.
for IP. Okay. So another from the same Mr. Lau. How long does a gross necropsy of a mouse last? Especially if you will be harvesting kidneys and spleen.
Mm-hmm. So how long does it last?
How long?
Well, how long depends on the lab animal practitioner because the experts they can do it for 2 minutes or even under a minute. But for me, I usually do it 5 minutes. So 5 to 10 minutes. But if you're gonna check for the organs, if you're gonna inspect, then you can have 10 to 15 minutes. So if you're gonna harvest the kidneys and the spleen, that's also easy to locate because once you open the mouse, for example, is a mouse. Once you open it and you can just see it in the surface. So for the spleen, but for the kidneys, of course, you have to dig deeper. But it's very easy for you to locate the two organs. So I hope I answered that question. Another one is the necropsy available in your manual? For the necropsy procedures, I recommended the book from Suko, but for the techniques, for the tissue method collection, it's available in our PALAS manual.
Okay, thank you. What is the recommended chemical agent for sterilizing cages of rodents from Mr. or Miss Lottie Cassie?
So in our lab, I'm speaking for our lab. So we usually utilize 70% alcohol for cleaning the cages. But there are some cages that are autoclavable.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Do you offer research? You've already answered. What do we do if the site of injection develops an infection? Example,
So
in
if
the part.
so if there is an infection, first you need to isolate the animal, and then you need to monitor, of course. And then if the tail part is infected, you must disinfect it. So you may use povidone for disinfection. And there are times that you can also apply an antibiotic cream such as mupirocin. So for the tail part. So there's this question here, Ma'am Raki, no, I will just read it. Do you offer research assistance services to provide the technical hand during experiments? So are you referring to PALAS or? So for PALAS, we usually do not offer the RA service, but we can assist you if you want to consult with your protocol or with your procedure. So
Yes, okay. Are all feeds standardized as per recommended dietary intake of animals, or is this something that the PI should look into prior to purchasing? From Miss Anne Remolar.
So for the feeds, it will depend on your choice because usually labs utilize chow diets. These are diets made from natural ingredients. So usually they do not disclose the content of that diet. But if you are gonna use purified diets, for instance, then the contents of that diet is open. So companies can look into the ingredients so they can also replicate if they want. So that purified diet.
Okay, so here's one for tail clipping. Is it still allowed? From Miss Crystal Hernandez. Tail clipping.
So you can also perform it, but I think you need to perform it in younger animals to have because the tail bones will be more developed as the animal increases its age. And
Okay,
of
thank
course, you
you.
also need to secure the approval of the IACUC if you are gonna perform that procedure. Yes. So you need IACUC clearance for
Okay,
everything.
here's from Mr. Neil Tangilut. I'm sorry, my internet is unstable. I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
Here's
Ma'am
his,
Raki, I can still hear you.
here's his question. Medyo mahaba. I learned from one webinar that in other countries, a procedure like periorbital blood collection is no longer allowed in consideration of animal welfare. Is this true also in the Philippines?
Well, in the Philippines, so here in our lab, actually we do this periorbital blood collection. But when we do it, we use an ophthalmic anesthetic before we perform the blood collection procedure. So less pain or no pain will be felt by the animal. And also, we monitor the animals after getting blood from their orbital sinus. So we check them an hour after the procedure. And if we see animals with if there's something wrong with the eye of the animal, we medicate them with an eye antibiotic. So that's it for periorbital blood collection. I have no idea with other laboratories here in the country. How about in UP Diliman? Are you still doing that, Ma'am Raki? Or
Yes.
in UP Manila, Doc Hani? So maybe I can also get an input from a representative from UPM. So Doc Hani or
Yes.
other
Sorry, can
researchers.
I stepped out a bit. Can you repeat the question?
So are you still doing the retroorbital blood collection, Doc, in UP Manila? Because we are still doing it in UPLB.
Yes, with anesthetics. There should be an anesthesia, especially if the researcher is not fully, not necessarily fully trained, but not as skilled as the other lab technicians, for example. So we require them to give anesthesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Ma'am Raki.
Okay, thank you. So in the interest of time, let's all end the session with Dr. Gapasin, and let's proceed with the last speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. So for our last speaker, Dr. Rodel Jonathan Vitor II is a former Palas Board of Director. He's now doing his graduate studies abroad. So he'll be talking about animal research biosafety. So Dr. Vitor, are you there?
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, still good morning. So, yep. So we'll be discussing for the last part. I think this has already been mentioned in passing in some of your lectures since yesterday. Okay. There you go. So in general, when we're talking about biosafety, this has been quite a terminology that has been how do we say this? Been in circulation since the COVID-19 pandemic. So what we'll be talking or focusing about this morning will be looking at what is biosafety in terms of when you're doing research in animals, and basically what is the importance of understanding this biosafety paradigm when we're talking about laboratory animals in general. So we'll just be talking about the biosafety. We'll be looking at some workflows and some maintenance procedures that Dr. Gapasin has already mentioned. And we will be looking at it in a standpoint of a researcher that may be infected or can have some adverse events arising from handling laboratory animals. And we will looking at some regulations vis-a-vis the IACUC that Dr. Mel has discussed yesterday. So as already mentioned, or it was in passing, that there are some risks that we have when we're doing laboratory animal handling, when we do laboratory animal care. So risk assessment in general is we want to identify what are the hazards, what will be the possible causes of having these risks. And we will be evaluating them based on what are the control measures that we currently have in the laboratory. We will also be evaluating them based on what is the agent, what is the toxin, whether it is actually a needle prick, for example, when you're and in general, you will be now checking whether is this risk acceptable to me? Will I risk my health to do this procedure? And with this one, so risks are basically adverse events, and there are likelihoods and consequences for this. So risks are just generally it's a function. So if you have a hazard, which is for biosafety, and in general, though we will not be discussing them this morning, a threat is for biosecurity. And this, for veterinarians there, when I say biosecurity in terms of biorisk management, we are talking about laboratory biosecurity. This is quite different with agricultural biosecurity. So basically, hazard is the source, and this will elicit or start the outcome. Now, the situation is the process, the thing that you are doing inside the laboratory. And when you have them together, you would have the risk or the adverse event. Now, you can see here that there is a plus sign because without the other, none of the risk may occur. So for example, you have a hazard, you have a pathogen, but you're not handling the pathogen. You're not at close proximity with the pathogen. So the pathogen is still just a pathogen. Or you are, let's say, handling the, cleaning the cage, but the cage is, let's say, new and there are no protruding metals. So there's no hazard for you to be to have any sharp injury. So again, both of them are needed for you to have a risk. So specifically when we're using animals, there are risks to us humans, specifically the animal handler, the researcher, and the people. So a lot of the things that people think is the risk is only for those handling the animals. But when we're talking about a biorisk management system, we should also take into consideration the people that is in the community our institution is located. So for example, if your institution is located in an area with a lot of people, with a lot of residential houses, then you should be very careful with how you treat the animals. You should be very careful because there would be, or there may be some people that may think that, okay, your animals may escape and they may be affected. And then also other animals in the same animal house, or let's say, for example, in our laboratory here in Tokyo, we are doing mixed housing with rats and mice. But before we do that, we ensure that we have quarantine them before we introduce them to the animal house or in the community when they escape. And again, the environment. And as you can see here, this is actually a One Health aspect where the humans, animals, and environmental health is incorporated. So how do you know what the risks are and what do you do with them? So as Doc Rohani wrote in one of the chat comments, that we need to do a risk assessment. And risk assessment is just a part of a whole process, which is the assessment, mitigation, and performance of a bio-risk management. So assessment is the first part. You just do assessment and then you do mitigate or you put in controls. You check afterwards, you implemented these controls if your risks are going down. If your risks are not going down, then probably you need to do another risk assessment because probably it is incorrect. So there's a lot of risk classification factors that you can take into consideration when we're doing laboratory animal studies. We're taking into consideration the animal species that we are using. Is it rat? Is it mouse? Is it rabbits? Are we using primates? And are the pathogens in them, if ever we are using pathogenic substances, are they zoonotic in nature? What's the route of infection? How can we be infected? How do we clean if there is a spill? If there is probably an infected area, how do we clean them and how stable the animal with the different disinfectants? What's the infectious dose? Are there any available data supporting that you will not be infected? Are there any prophylactic measures? Can you receive any vaccines before handling this kind of laboratory experiments? Surveillance testing, whether you are doing tests for, let's say, primate viruses, and then it's zoonotic. So how are you going to ensure that these diseases are actually the one that you introduce to the animals, or this one came from other sources? So those are a lot of factors that you can take into consideration. And we can summarize them into this slide. So there's a lot of hazards when working with animals, and we will looking at it at some considerations. So we have physical, we have zoonosis, we have sharps, we have aerosols, we have vectors, we have environmental escape, and again, we have infection and biosecurity to animals outside the facility. So let's first do the physical. But before we do that, this is the hierarchy of control. And Dr. Gapasin has already mentioned this a lot. We should be using our PPEs. Yes, that's very true. But again, if you would look at the hierarchy of control, PPE is the last. Why? Because PPEs can easily be broken. So again, we need to also change our behavior. And behavior also includes following the procedures, following what is written in your SOPs. Engineering, if you have also Dr. Gapasin mentioned, if you have a biosafety cabinet, please use them, and ensuring that aerosols will not be produced. Substitution, Dr. Mel has mentioned yesterday that if you can substitute the animal or eliminate actually the use of the animal to ensure that you will not get infected, please do so. However, in the case that you really cannot eliminate the laboratory animal, then you can now go down to engineering. So these are the things that you can actually do to control your hazards. So first, physical. And basically, the only mitigation procedure here when you're having bites and scratches would be to control your animal. And again, controlling the animals can either be physical, chemical, and training the animal. And Dr. Gapasin has mentioned this thoroughly, so we can really be just prompt here. But basically, physical restraints are using mechanical devices such as the following on your screen. And this will ensure that when you're handling the animal is also not feeling too much stress. On the other hand, chemical restraints can be induced by using anesthetics. And again, this should be performed in the presence of a licensed veterinarian. So for example, in our laboratory, we're using isoflurane. However, it was actually a surprise to me that here in Japan, we're not allowed to use Zolatil. So actually for my research, because I'm not going to use isoflurane, I need to use an experimental drug, medetomidine, butorphanol, and midazolam cocktail. But again, this should be performed in the presence of a licensed veterinarian, because your licensed veterinarian would be the one to dispense the correct amount and administer the anesthetics. And training the animals could be quite fun, especially this would be used for primate experiments. Maybe Doc Mel could share her experiences later about training primates if ever they had did this in her facility before. Because to be honest, I'm mostly for really laboratory animals, mice, and rats. But basically, if you can train your animal to perform several of the actions that you would want to do, then that's better, because this means that there would be less handling, less stress for both the handler and the animal. Now, zoonoses. Zoonoses are basically human pathogens or animal pathogens that can be interchanged between us. And what we can do here is to ensure that we have barriers to transmission. So when we're talking about barriers to transmission, we would want that these diseases would not be, how do I say this? We would not be infected. So for example, if you're handling dogs, you can probably have salmonella. For those doing cat studies, Toxoplasma gondii, and this is actually quite prevalent in the Philippines, but they're asymptomatic. So again, Toxoplasma gondii may not be showing signs for like ordinary humans, but for pregnant, it may be fatal. So when we're doing the chain of infection, so we can actually prevent. So if you have already been infected, you have the portal of exit. And again, this is what been like a lot of people think that when you're using masks, you are only protecting yourself from actually getting the virus from outside. But actually, another thing while you're using mask is you don't want others to actually get the virus from you. So it's a two-way process. So that's also for the PPE. And for engineering controls and PPE, yeah, you would also want to prevent it from getting to you. And if ever it already enters, you can get a post-exposure prophylaxis. And this is very true when we're having, for example, for rabies. If you get bitten by a dog or a cat that has no history, then you can get a post-exposure prophylaxis. However, immunization can also be done before the exposure. And then if you are already, let's say, infected, then you need to be surveyed. So surveillance should be done to, or investigation should be performed to ensure that you may not be infecting other people, or how many people are infected actually in the facility. Because again, as I've already mentioned, probably it's not from the facility, but basically you might have gotten it from somewhere. So the portals of entry that we need to protect would be the skin or percutaneous. So we'll be using gloves, or we can use puncture-proof gloves if we're handling syringes. For gastrointestinal tract, we should protect our oral cavity, respiratory tract for the nose, and basically the mucous membranes of the eyes. That's why, as much as possible, we are using masks and we are using goggles when we are performing experiments, specifically if there would be a lot of aerosols or there would be splashes specifically from blood. So some of the risk management, so again, inhalation, biosafety cabinet, respiratory protection, and ventilated cages. I do know ventilated cages is very expensive. Even here in my laboratory, we don't do that. But when I did my internship in Taiwan, all of the laboratory cages are individually ventilated. So the risk of also contaminating other cages is very low. Then ingestion. Again, this is like common sense, but sometimes we lose that when we're writing something and we try to chew on the pen. So as much as possible, that's why we have the masks for that. Percutaneous or injection, again, cut resistant gloves, and then sharp container, do not recap your needles, place it directly into your sharp containers. And then again, safety goggles for the contact with mucous membranes. And if there are vectors specifically for those collecting ticks and fleas, I do know that it's already been part of a lot of researches in the Philippines. So please be sure that you're also covering your exposed skin, especially when you're in the field. I do know that the Philippines is very harsh for people when you're doing your laboratories in the field, but again, vectors, specifically mosquitoes, can easily bite. And if you would be in a, let's say in a dengue endemic prone area, you need to cover your skin. So another thing would be to label all biohazard areas. Now, before, it is required that you also put in your biohazard signs. What pathogen are you using for? However, in due course for laboratory biosecurity, that people might steal the pathogen that you are working for, you or working with, you are just going to put in the biohazard sign, the biosafety level, and who are the people to contact if ever there would be some problems or issues. And again, dispose pathological waste in a yellow bag, specifically with the biohazard symbol if you have, or like for example, in as Dr. Gapasan mentioned, put it in a -20 freezer and wait for the collector for that. So in here, we put it in the freezer and some howlers just collect them. So signages. So these are some of the signages. So the name of for entry or advice for emergency, where are they located, what's the phone number, and basically home phone number. Why? Because 24 hours, there might be some problem. So if you are the principal investigator doing a biosafety level 2 research, then expect that maybe you might be called even in the middle of the night. So this is what I was saying before, that they still put what are the infectious agents. It says here HIV, HBV, and E. coli 0157. But now it's, how can I say, not used anymore because again, it is a biosecurity threat. So primary barriers in PPE. So the primary barriers are your animal enclosure, your biosafety cabinet, and again, if you have the money to have a directional airflow, meaning there is one direction from outside to inside. So basically, the air that is inside your laboratory animal will not go out to the hallway, etc., but will be going to a filter system, then that's very good. However, we do know that it's going to be very costly. So we tend to ensure that we minimize the aerosol formation. And again, PPEs are important when you are doing laboratory animal work. And with gowns, this is actually a problem with a lot of us because we tend to bring home our gowns. However, laboratory gowns, if they are not disposable, should be washed in the laboratory. So you need to invest in a washing machine and ensure that all laboratory gowns are washed in the institution and just stay in the institution. So again, personal protective equipment should be selected based on the species and hazards. And some would be like, you can put this on your arm. This would be scratch resistant and bite resistant. So again, this is a biosafety level 3 wear. So you can see that there is already a personal air purifier. And this one allows the personnel to work with specifics or situations that would produce a lot of aerosols. You can see here that it says front button lab coats are unsuitable, especially if you are working with high splash that may occur. So as much as possible, use the back tie. And when you are doing your PPE removal, please be sure that you are removing the soiled first so that you don't touch when you are already have no gloves, let's say, then you will be touching a soiled PPE. And then be sure that you will be putting it into a disposal area or again for the laundry. Animal caging. So again, the main purpose for this one is we would want to reduce the infectious aerosol. So if you are not using pathogens and you are not expecting to have aerosols, then the shoebox type that Dr. Gapasin has showed us is suitable. However, if you will be really expecting, then individually ventilated cages is recommended, or using a cabinet for this when you are going to handle your animals. Basically, we would have contact with animal blood when we are collecting them, when we're doing necropsy. And basically, if you are, let's say you got splashed on your mucous membrane, you accidentally ingest them, then just take the universal precaution that all blood is infectious and go to your institutional hospital or clinic and ask for what, based on your occupational safety and health, what you should be doing. Hand washing. So yeah, another thing that is common sense is we should be hand washing before and after every procedure. So for this one, you should be using warm water, disinfectant, and again, what we usually do is, if as much as possible you can have a knee or elbow operated sink, that's better because you will not handle the valve again. However, we do know that this might also be costly. So if possible, you can have a tissue beside your sink so that you can get the tissue and close the valve. So you will not be touching the valve with your clean hands again. So decontaminate work areas with the correct decontaminant or sterilant. So again, disinfectants can be broad spectrum or can be narrow spectrum. So you should be checking with your facility what you are allowed to use, because some disinfectants are actually corrosive. So for example, most of the time we're using chlorine. However, this is very corrosive, especially for metals. So if you have metals and you're using chlorine, then you may have corrosion. What's good is some are chlorhexidine, but chlorhexidine is very or somehow quite expensive. So again, for this one, you should try as much as possible to ensure that when we are doing this disinfection procedure, we are taking into consideration what are the pathogens that we are working with and whether we are cleaning organic materials such as blood. because if you're cleaning blood, then it might not work. So probably you need to use alcohol or 70% alcohol as well. So no eating, drinking, or smoking. Again, we cannot overemphasize this in the laboratory. It's not only in the animal laboratory, but any laboratory, that no eating, drinking, or smoking, because we do know that we might actually ingest the hazards. So let's go to sharps. So yes, the animal would have very sharp teeth, not only primates, but also laboratory rats, mice, especially if they are growing old. And for this one, what are the things that we need to consider would be the needles, the syringes, your scalpels, your pasture pipettes, if you're still using them in the laboratory, and even the cages. As I've already mentioned, since the metal cages often rub against walls, they become sharpened, and when you are cleaning them, they might actually nip you. So you can have finger armors to protect your pointer and your thumb, which you are using to restrain or to produce a tent when you are doing subcutaneous injections. So some, again, this has already been mentioned, when you're doing injections, usually it's going to be away from you. And this is for demo purposes, but again, you should also be wearing gloves. So never recap here, sorry. And if ever you are going to put in your blood into vacutainer, be sure that you are looking where your vacutaners are. And again, do not just put all your stuff on the table. Remember, if you have some people cleaning up for you, they do not know what you did or probably what are the materials here, and they can have a needle stick injury. So again, this goes there. So caution with sharps use. So sharps must be handled with extreme caution. And again, animals should be restrained properly, either physical or chemical restraint, to ensure that you will not be posing any threat both to you and the animal. And again, needles must not be recapped, and they should be placed in puncture resistant containers for disposal in the future. So how about aerosols and allergens? Anyone here who has actually allergies for mice or rats? My laboratory mate has allergies for rats. So for mice, so she's doing her actual experiment in nude mice. But basically, they shed hair and fur, and you might be allergic with them. So you need to consider talking with your OSH or Occupational Safety and Health Committee how you can work, or if ever, are there any things that you can do to prevent you from having allergies, specifically if you are really needing to work in the laboratory. However, if your work in the laboratory may not be that crucial, then probably you may need to change into a different study. Also, the bedding and the urine. So sometimes the bedding, so in our laboratory before, we are using sawdust, but now we changed into paper beddings. So it minimizes the dust, and we're just using paper. So it's actually less absorbent, but yeah, we need to put a lot. But as Dr. Gapasin mentioned, we are cleaning once a week the cages. So we are actually maintaining them, but it's actually using a lot of the paper bedding. So minimize inhalation risks. Again, we are basically repeating this when you are doing, to minimize inhalation risk, you have your mask and you are using the biosafety cabinet. And when you're cleaning up, like when you're cleaning animal bedding and cages, how are you cleaning them? Are you cleaning them in a deep sink, or are you cleaning them in an open area or a closed area? And when you're handling the animals, you can also check how close you're handling the animals, etc. So these are the ways you can actually minimize your inhalation risks. So biological safety cabinets, if you're because they need annual recertification. And this class 2 BSc can be through a building exhaust system. And for this one, this will prevent the air here going back to you. So this is actually a double protection because you have the biosafety cabinet and you have the personal purifier here. But again, the biosafety cabinet does from outside to inside, and it's connected to the exhaust system of the room. So vectors. So vectors can actually be going inside the laboratory, specifically insects or fleas and ticks when we're bringing in new animals. So please be sure that when you are bringing new animals, you check them and ensure that they don't have these vectors. Also, your food, or when you're cleaning up the feces or the food and water, can actually attract them. And for this one, if you are doing, for example, animal experiments in intermediate hosts, your IBC will be taking or will be also going in. So it's not only the IACUC, it would also be the Institutional Biosafety and Biosecurity Committee that will be also reviewing your protocol. So we will be looking at that in a little while. So some potential vector-borne illnesses. So we have ticks for Lyme disease, we have fleas for plague, and we have mosquitoes for encephalitis, malaria, and Zika. So one thing to consider with fleas is we have the Bureau of Quarantine regularly checking or surveying rats if they are bringing in plague in the Philippines. So good thing we still don't have this one. So, but we are needing to actually look into Zika, malaria, and encephalitis, specifically in endemic areas. Now, for the animals, when we're working them, so they can actually have environmental escape, or as I've already mentioned in the first slides, there would be have some biosecurity, and we need to prevent escape or release of the pathogen in the animals. So escape can actually be either intentional or unintentional. So unintentional is you just left the cage open, the door was open, and the animal escaped. However, there are some intentional release, specifically if your animals are not infected. So because of, like, for example, if there are animals that would be left in the laboratory when there is a big typhoon or there would be earthquakes, then some of them are just intentionally released, specifically if they are not infected. However, if they are infected, you should have a specific protocol in your laboratory what you would be doing if there would be some instances like this. For example, currently, a lot of your institutions are not allowing you to go back to your laboratories, and there might be some animals. So what is the procedure? Are you going to euthanize all of them, etc.? So you should have a standard operating procedure for this particular incidents. And some of the means of pathogen escape can be the water, can be air, can be the carcasses of the laboratory animals if they were not autoclaved before disposal. It can be the feces of the animals. It can be actually for people and even fomites. So we need to have a good entry and exit. So if this is a double door, so if one is open, the other should be locked. They cannot be opened at the same time. And in other laboratories, this would also be a disinfectant area where you would have blowers and you will be disinfected before going in and before going out. So you should also limit the access to your animal and laboratory animal facilities. So when we're talking about limiting access to this, you need to ensure that the people that will have access to your laboratory are those that are knowledgeable in the procedures that you are doing. As such, if you would have visitors, if you would have interns, they should also or always be accompanied by a people or a person knowledgeable. Because again, visitors may not know the rules of safety and they can just open refrigerators or any other equipment. They can break equipment, they can just handle your animals, etc. because they are very like curious about what you're doing. So again, they need to be accompanied. So inventory. So you need to do or to have an inventory of all the animals, your inventory cages, not only the number of animals, but how many cages are in your laboratory. If you have pathogens, you can have an inventory of them for the milliliter or for the microliter if you're using only microliters. Record studies. Again, this is also for protecting the laboratory for possible disputes in the results of the experiments and who has access to the records. So in a lot of countries, after the thesis, the student hands in his laboratory notebook to the facility to ensure that all of the data is safe in the laboratory, even after publishing, because again, there might be some disputes and they would be asking you for the data themselves. So after looking into that, let's look at what are the possible animal biosafety levels that your facility can actually have. So the animal biosafety level is actually a containment for animal researches, the animals, and it includes what are the work practices that you will be working on with, what are the engineering devices that you will be buying, what are the PPEs that you need to wear when you're working in it, and what are some specialized building features that you need to have. And animal biosafety level is typical or almost similar with the biosafety levels that we have for human laboratories. So we have BSLs 1 to 4. And also recently, we also have the agriculture. So meaning these are for larger animals. So like, for example, there was a question about poultry. So if poultry will be housed in bigger facilities, they would be ABSL Ag. This would be 2, 3, and 4. So the main difference here is in agriculture, you cannot put the animal in a cage. So the main facility now is the primary barrier. So for example, if you're working with cattle, you cannot put your cattle in cages. So the facility is now your primary barrier instead of a laboratory cage. So the prerequisites, so you should have met the standards and regulations. And as already discussed yesterday, Palas can help you with this one to have your laboratory animal facilities. You can have your operational practices and quality of animal care. However, it would be the Bureau of Animal Industry to finally have the regulation or regulate and give you the certificate for your laboratory space. So again, for this one, when you are building, hopefully if you don't have yet, you would have taken into consideration what are the species that you will be bringing in. If you will only be using rats and mice forever, then probably you would be needing a smaller area compared if you will be handling also primates or bigger animals. And you should have an OSH and your facility, if possible, should be separated from each other. And as much as possible, it is separated from the flow of traffic to ensure that the animals are not stressed by the noise and there would be less chances of people breaking in because probably they don't like you handling animals. So the general considerations for working in ABSLs would be the agents in the animals working or we are working with. So again, when we're talking with this one, probably you're thinking, okay, I'm not working with pathogens, so I don't need ABSL. No, because inherently animals can have some pathogens that can actually also cause you infection. So these are the things that you need to take into consideration. If you're working with a specific or SPF animals or no not-biotic animals, then probably it would be good for ABSL1. However, if you want to be safe, then you can have an ABSL2. And your personnel must have specific training in animal facilities. And as you go higher, you have more specific training. Dr. Rohani here has training for biosafety level 3. And again, in the Philippines, we don't have a biosafety level 4. Because the thing with here is as also the number increase, the level increases, the cost for maintenance for it increases. Because for example, biosafety level 4 needs to have a 24-hour electricity because you are now having a one-way airflow. So the negative airflow. So it's also going to add up to your bill as a research facility. So if you are not going to be needing those, then you need to assess what kind of laboratory do I need. So this is a summary of the recommended animal biosafety levels for activities with experimentally or naturally infected vertebrate animals. So if the agent, so it's not known to consistently cause diseases in healthy adults, then you can just do BSL1 or ABSL1. And the practices here are just standard animal care, what Dr. Gapasin has mentioned, including the PPEs and the setup. Now, BSL2, you can have agents associated with human diseases. You need to have your biohazard warning signs already. You need to have a biosafety manual, and you need to have autoclave available. And if ever, negative airflow is recommended. So usually, if you would notice, majority of our researches are on the ABSL1 only. However, if you are planning in the future to actually do agents, then probably, and if you have the money and you are building your facility now, I would recommend to have a BSL2 because it doesn't need that much maintenance compared with BSL3, because you can see here with BSL3, you are already required to have your biosafety cabinet. You have a double door access. You need to have an anteroom. So again, but if you are already set up now, then just be sure that you are maintaining the ABSL1. So here is a usual setup for an ABSL1. So you have just cages, and you have this green line, which is a polypropylene or can be a polycarbonate board that would be around 45 centimeters. So that's around 1.5 feet. This would just be ensuring that if in any case there would be escape from the cage rack, the animal would just be wandering around in this area and not be here. Because again, if you don't have this and animal escapes, when you open the door, animal can just run off. So this is one protection to prevent rats from escaping. Then for ABSL2, again, it's recommended to have negative airflow, but what's with ABSL2 is you have already your autoclave, and if ever you have the money, you can have ventilated cage racks. And again, PPEs. So this setup is again recommended, but you can talk with your facility and the engineer together with organizations that accredit or help in the building of the facility, like PALAS, to build your custom-made laboratory specifically with the space given, because we do know that we are usually working with the space allotted for us. And then we have ABSL3. You can see in ABSL3, you are already handling the animals in the same area. So your biosafety cabinet is here. You already have the shower and negative airflow. And in other facilities, there is also a one-way traffic for humans. So go in here and you also go out here. But in here, you can see here that they go exit here. So one thing to ponder is, again, laboratory animal facilities are a special type of laboratory because aside from the usual laboratory that we have, we're handling laboratory animals. So what we're using for in vivo is actually somehow comparable when we are doing the in vitro studies, as such that the levels are usually comparable. So let's say if we are working on this E. coli 0157 in biosafety level 2, then if we are going to infect a laboratory rat, let's say with 0157, then we are going to use ABSL2 as well. So let's go into waste management, and Dr. Gapasin has mentioned this one. But for waste management, the carcasses, as mentioned, can be placed in freezers or they can be placed in yellow bags for collection. So these are some of the DOH guidelines that we need to follow. Yes, we do follow several colored bins and colored plastics because this is easier for the howlers to identify what kind of waste is inside. So, and also you can do alkaline hydrolysis if you would be having the facility for this one. If you don't have the howler, you can hydrolyze the carcasses and the effluent can be treated afterwards. Or you can autoclave and dispose it to the howler. So, but again, they are still carcasses, so they should be placed in the properly colored plastic. So some of the institutional rules and regulations. So we have the IBC and IACUC that will be working hand in hand if you are working with pathogens in animals. So the IACUC is going to oversee any of your procedure that will be for the handling of the animal, the choice of the animal, the procedures in the animals. However, the IBC would be the one that would be reviewing your protocol if you would be using biological agents or recombinant DNA molecules in your animals. So you can see here that it is easy to separate. IACUC will be for euthanasia, for anesthesia, the housing, pain and suffering, and the animal use. IBC is all about the pathogen. So if you are not using any pathogen in your research, then you don't need an IBC. However, if you will be studying for pathogens, then aside from the IACUC, you would be having an IBC review as well. Then we also need to do medical surveillance. Medical surveillance will be for people working in the laboratory animal research because we do know that we need to ensure safety of the people working inside, and we can get some of the vaccines. As already mentioned a while ago, if you already have allergies, then probably you can get allergy medicines or be refrained from working in the laboratory. So for this one, your surveillance should be like a questionnaire. Specifically, if you would be the principal investigator, you need to ensure that all of the workers or all of the practitioners in your laboratory would have passed the occupational safety and health questionnaires. So vaccinations, some would have HBV, others would require rabies and tetanus. So this would depend on what animals or what species you are working with, and also with the availability of vaccines for certain organisms. So you need to take into consideration what your institutional physician would be recommending before you are going to work in your laboratory. So this is just a picture of Elizabeth Griffin. So Elizabeth Griffin is a biosafety, how can I say, she was working in a primate facility, but during one time she did not wear her PPEs properly, and she actually died of laboratory animal infection. So this Elizabeth Griffin Research Foundation is trying to uphold biosafety by ensuring that all facilities wear proper PPEs. So with this one, thank you very much for listening, and it's now time for questions.
Rocky, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Vitor, for this wonderful talk. I'm sure our participants learned a lot from your talk. So we're now ready for your questions. Any questions from the participants? From Dr. Capullo Delwin, is it advisable to do lab animal manipulation like handling, drug administration, blood collection inside a biosafety cabinet?
Again, it depends on what kind of research you're performing. So for example, if your manipulation would be, let's say, just going to collect blood and you know that the animal is not infected, then probably a proper table that would be for your height and easily manipulating the animal would be okay. However, the one suggested to use the biosafety cabinet is again for those that would be producing a lot of aerosols. And again, we want to prevent respiratory infection, if in any case. So again, you need to do proper risk assessment for this one. If there will be no aerosol formation, less aerosol, there would be less splashes. Then as a lot of our speakers have already mentioned, when we're doing our collection, then we can use a standard table for this experiment.
Okay, so thank you. I hope that answered your question. Do we have organizations that can check accredit biosafety policies in the lab animal facility?
For this one, so the National Training Center for Biosafety and Biosecurity of the UPNIH UP Manila can actually help for this one. And for this one, Dr. Hani, what's the email again? NTCBB. Sorry.
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. So yeah, if you would be needing assistance for this one, NTCBB is helping organizations or institutions set up not only ABSLs but also BSLs for laboratories working for the safety level. So in general, it's actually a consultation, and if ever, but for certification, it's a different process specifically for certifying biosafety cabinets and for biosafety level 3 and 4. So there are different organizations for this one.
Okay, thank you. Is it required now to have an IBC, Institutional Biosafety Committee?
Yes po. It should be actually in place together with your research ethics board, because again, the IBC specifically if you're doing biomedical researches, they are going to check. So the IBC is not only for animals. This would also be working with for clinical trials in humans, etc. So the IBC is encompassing any protocol that would be handling pathogens or biologicals of interests.
Yes, so thank you. Are there any more questions? No more. There's another one. Sabi, I thank you for your great presentation. I would like to ask if the laboratory should shoulder all of the medical expenses, such as physical examination or vaccination for all the staff. Is it okay for the staff to demand this from the company or from the lab? What happens if one staff develops allergies or sickness due to his or her work? Can he or she get benefits from the company? Will the company or the lab be liable for that matter? I am interested if you can share because in Japan.
For this one, actually, well, so since in Japan kasi medyo okay yung healthcare, so technically we're only paying 30% out pocket for all of the infections. But basically, first is it needs to be what you and your facility have engaged at the start. So we do know, like, for example, kung papasok pa lang tayo sa work, when we're starting, usually yung mga annual physical exam or the physical exam tayo sumasagot. So depende siya sa your contract. So yung mga iba kasi minsan contractual, so they are not under any healthcare of the institution. Others are full-time, so they should be under the healthcare. So again, this should be written in whatever contract is for the facility, because this would also protect you for any liability for lawsuits because you have already written them. So yon. Pero here in Japan, if we do develop it from the laboratory, so since I'm in a university, dumediretso lang kami sa hospital ng university.
Okay, so since it's almost the end of our training, let's all thank Dr. Vitor for his wonderful talk. Thank you, Dr. Vitor.
Thank you, Ma'am Raki.
So let's now do the post test. Let's do this within 15 minutes. So participants, please refer to the link that's on your screen.
Just have a drink and you feel better. Just take her home and you if it is glory, I'll be in you. You could have a big river going up and down. You could have a bumpy car with some amusement bourbon. I wanna be your sledgehammer. Why don't you call my name? Don't let me be your sledgehammer. This will be my testimony. Show me around your fruitcake, 'cause I will be your baby. Open up your fruitcake with a fruit that is sweet as candy. I wanna be your sledgehammer. Why don't you call my name? You better call the sledgehammer. Put your mind at rest. I'm gonna be your sledgehammer. This can be my testimony. I'm your sledgehammer. Let there be no doubt about it. Sledgehammer. Spring, beautiful.
Okay. Hello again. Thank you very much, everyone, for. Okay. Sorry. Yes, thank you. So we're almost at the end of our training. Sorry, we are extending just a little bit. So before we completely end this, I would like to first let's have a group photo, and then after the group photo, we'll have a raffle again for 2 more manuals, and then just a little bit, a few more announcements before we part ways. So I would like to request everyone to please turn on your cameras. We can do this really quick so we can all have our lunch in a few minutes. Doc Roxanne, can you help us through with the photo?
Yes, Doc.
Thank you.
So we have two panels. Can I start na, Doc Mel?
Yes, please.
Let's wait. Let's see if let's just wait for a minute so others can turn on their video. Okay. So we have two panels for our participants today. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, please smile. Next panel. So 1, 2, 3, smile. Yan po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Doc Rox. So we now go to the raffle. Let's see here. There you go. So, so yung nanalo kahapon, we've removed them already. So please, if your name is picked from the magical Roleta, sorry, bulol. Yeah, please acknowledge your presence. Pag wala po, sorry, you forfeit the prize. We will select another one. Okay, here we go. Okay, Mr. Eliseo Jaboya, are you here? Going once. Going twice. Wala.
Pero Doc Mel,
Ayun.
ayan po.
Alright. I see. Okay. Congratulations. Okay, We will remove one more. Yes, Miss Mona Lisa Lacson. Are you here?
Yes po, thank you.
Okay, congratulations. I think nag-inquire ka, no? If you wanted, you wanted one. Tama ba ako?
Yes po.
Swerte!
Thank you po, thank you.
All right, so I will also wait, huh? Okay, so another surprise. Since so the post test, I've actually noticed a lot. The scores have improved a lot in the post test, but we will have special like in the previous training. We will also be giving away um, free manuals to those who scored, who got the perfect score in the post test, and they are these people. So yeah, abad po sila. So we will just expect an email. Congratulations. Okay. All right, and so just a few announcements of Dr. Hani. Already, I placed in the chat box that the UP Manila IACUC will be offering a hands-on training. So if you are interested, please email iacoc.upmanila@up.edu.ph. If you are unable to get this one, you can just email palasecretariat1998@gmail.com, and then we will forward your inquiry to Dr. Rohani or to the UP Manila IACUC. And at the same time, we've had a lot of requests for the recording. So usually we don't give it out, but we will be sharing the recordings later. Siguro only for a few days, no? Limited time viewing. And only viewing, you will not be able to download. So you can reference it. So kasi there are a lot of participants who have very unstable internet connection. So we'd like to consider that as well, so you can maximize the learnings in this training. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for participation, very active participation. We're so happy here at Palas. Thank you very much. If you have any questions at all, oh yeah, we will also be sharing the PowerPoint presentations of all the speakers, except Achun, because theirs was practical. Anyway, so have a great weekend. Stay safe, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Salamat sa lahat.
Thank you, thank you.
Regards to all.
Thank you po.
Oh.